Chapter 1842. He couldn't beat him. At this time, Yi Xian already knew his limits. Even if he used the power of his bloodline, he still wouldn't be able to beat a powerhouse like Tai Shui. The gap was still a little big. However, this was also normal. After all, he had cultivated for at least 1,000,000 years. And how long had Yi Xian been cultivating? However, he wanted to force himself. Fight! Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes, which were blood-red like a sea of blood. Yi Xian suddenly stomped his right foot. Boom! Wherever his foot landed, the space instantly collapsed. And Yi Xian himself had already turned into a blood-red sword light and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already above Tai Shui's head. The next moment, he suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Sword draw to decide life and death. 999 superimposed sword draws to decide life and death. As the sword fell, a sword cry suddenly soared into the sky, and the starry sky directly trembled. A sword strike with all his strength. At this moment, Yi Xian didn't dare to hold back in the slightest. Because the person in front of him was the #1 powerhouse in the ancient god world. In front of Yi Xian, Tai Shui watched Yi Xian's sword fall, but his expression was surprisingly calm. When Yi Xian's sword was still a dozen inches away from his head, his entire body suddenly became illusory. Chi! Yi Xian's sword fell straight down, directly piercing through Tai Shui's body. But Tai Shui was completely fine. Tai Shui suddenly punched Yi Xian's abdomen. Boom! Yi Xian instantly retreated tens of thousands of feet away, and his body directly cracked. However, Tai Shui's right fist was directly shattered by the sword light. Sword body. At that critical moment, Yi Xian directly activated the sword body. On the other side, Gu Ming, Jingji, and Xiaofan were all extremely shocked. They were shocked by Tai Shui, and also shocked by Yi Xian. They were shocked because the Great One Water had jumped out of this space-time. The reason why Yi Xian's sword didn't work was that Tai Sheng had already jumped out of this time and space. He was not in the same time and space as Yi Xian. Space-time suppression. From this, it could be seen that they were not on the same level as the Tai water. And they were shocked by Yi Xian because of Yi Xian's sword body. Just now, the three of them thought that even if Yi Xian didn't die, he would be severely injured. However, they did not expect that not only was Yi Xian not dead, but he was also uninjured. On the contrary, Tai Shui was injured. The three of them looked at Yi Xian. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that Yi Xian's skin was covered with all kinds of tiny sword qi. These sword qi were even thinner than a strand of hair. What kind of physique was this? Gu Ming frowned, and he was quite curious. Xiaofan glanced at Yi Xian, and she was extremely shocked. She knew about Yi Xian's sword body, but she hadn't expected that it would be so terrifying once it was activated. Jingji glanced at Yi Xian. Damn it, this man really has a lot of trump cards. In the distance, Tai Shui glanced at his right arm. Not only had his fist been shattered, his entire right arm had been completely cracked, and his bones were exposed. Tai Shui looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "I have to say, you really surprised me. With your strength, even amongst the younger generation of God Ancient Star Domain, no one besides a Gui can fight you." Yi Xian wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "You jumped out of this space-time just now." Tai Shui nodded. "Yes." Yi Xian smiled and said, "If I'm not wrong, you can only jump out for a short period of time, right?" Tai Shui smiled, "So what?" Yi Xian gazed at Tai Shui and said, "Again." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. In the distance, Tai Shui had become illusory. He'd escaped through space once more. Meanwhile, Yi Xian's sword descended. However, Tai Xingshui's expression suddenly changed drastically. Tai Xingshui had silently retreated 3 kilometers away. Gu Ming and the others were stunned when they witnessed this scene. Yi Xian had actually pushed Tai Xingshui back. Tai Xingshui had jumped out of this space-time. Could Yi Xian have jumped out of it as well? Tai Xingshui stared fixedly at Yi Xian. You. How could you possibly? As he spoke, he suddenly gazed at the green profound sword in Yi Xian's hand. Your sword. It's your sword. Yi Xian gazed at the sword in his hand with a complicated expression on his face. He realized that he'd greatly underestimated the green profound sword forged by Qing. He could have used this sword to jump out of this space-time. Qing had said that the sword had many uses, and he hadn't thought too much about it. However, he hadn't expected that the sword would have so many unknown and formidable uses. There were definitely many uses that he didn't know about. It was an omnipotent sword. In the distance, Tai Xingshui suddenly said, "You actually relied on a sword to jump out of this space-time." His expression was extremely unsightly. Yi Xian glanced at Tai Xingshui and said, "What's wrong with you?" Tai Xingshui stared fixedly at Yi Xian and said, "I cultivated for 300,000 years to barely be able to jump out of this space-time, but you actually relied on a sword to do it." Yi Xian frowned slightly. 300,000 years? Is it very difficult to jump out of this space-time? Tai Xingshui said angrily, "Try it without using that sword." Yi Xian put the sword away and gave it a try. No. Yi Xian was somewhat embarrassed. Tai Xingshui said mockingly, "Without that sword, you are nothing." Yi Xian held the sword and gave it a try. He directly escaped the space-time of this current universe. Seeing this scene, Tai Xingshui's expression became extremely unsightly. Soon, Yi Xian returned to the current universe and looked at Tai Xingshui and said, "You too. It was such a simple thing, but you actually cultivated for 300,000 years. Look at me, I didn't even need to cultivate, I just held this sword and jumped out." At this point, he seemed to have thought of something and paused before saying, "Sorry, I forgot that you have no sister. No one made a sword for you." Everyone, this sentence wasn't very lethal, but it was extremely insulting. In the distance, Jingji suddenly couldn't help but turn to look at Xiaofan indignantly. "Look, is what he said even human?" Xiaofan glanced at Yi Xian and said, "It's a bit too much." Jingji shook his head, "I really want to hammer him to death." Tai Xingshui's expression was extremely unsightly as he stood opposite Yi Xian. He felt like he'd been insulted. Yi Xian spoke abruptly, "So, in terms of the importance of having a sister. You don't have a sister, but you've cultivated for 300,000 years. I have a sister, so I don't even need to cultivate to jump out." Jingji couldn't help but become furious. "Tai Xingshui, can you stop talking to him? Don't you want to kill him? Just do it. Why are you talking to him? Aren't you afraid of being angered to death by him?" Gu Ming couldn't help but glance at Yi Xian and say, "Brother Xingshui, kill him. He couldn't take it anymore." "So what if you have a sister?" He suddenly shook his head when he thought up to here. "It's really great to have a sister. Damn it. This fellow relied on this sword to fight me and Tai Xingshui. If it wasn't for this sword, then Yi Xian wouldn't be a match for them at all. Especially that jump out of space-time, the Tai water had cultivated for a total of 300,000 years. What about Yi Xian? That fellow hadn't even cultivated. Isn't that infuriating?" The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Tai Xingshui suddenly smiled and said, "Yi Xian, I admit that the person who created this sword isn't ordinary. However, that's the person who created it. What does that have to do with you?" Yi Xian gazed at Tai Xingshui. "That's my younger sister." Tai Xingshui stared fixedly at Yi Xian. "Even you know that it's your younger sister, not you." Yi Xian smiled. if my younger sister is strong, then I'm strong." Everyone was speechless. Tai Xingshui gazed at Yi Xian. "Can you be a little more shameless?" Yi Xian roared with laughter. "Tai Xingshui, why do you have so much nonsense? Let's continue." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished on the spot. Hiss! A blood-red ray of sword light suddenly flashed through the battlefield. In the distance, Tai Xingshui's eyes flashed ferociously. He charged forward and punched. Bang! In an instant, the starry sky shook violently. Then, a ray of sword light shattered, and Yi Xian retreated repeatedly. However, as he retreated, he escaped from the current universe's spacetime. When he escaped from the current universe's spacetime, the powerful force from Tai Xingshui instantly vanished without a trace. Because he was no longer in this spacetime. Tai Xingshui's expression instantly became extremely unsightly when he saw this. He could only temporarily escape from the current universe's spacetime, but Yi Xian didn't seem to have this restriction. When he thought of this, Tai Xingshui felt even more unbalanced. Why was it that he had cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years to be able to do it, but this guy was able to do it so effortlessly? The more Tai Xingshui thought about it, the more his killing intent surged. He directly escaped from the current universe's spacetime and appeared in the same spacetime as Yi Xian. As soon as he appeared, Yi Xian suddenly opened his right hand. Hiss! A ray of sword light flashed through the battlefield. Tai Xingshui immediately punched. Bang! The ray of light shattered. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly appeared above him, and then a ray of light slashed down. Draw the sword to decide life and death. Tai Xingshui didn't dare act carelessly. Even though there was a gap between him and Yi Xian's sword technique and the sword in his hand weren't ordinary. At the instant that Yi Xian's sword descended, Tai Xingshui's left hand suddenly burst into flames, and then he suddenly smashed his fist forward. Rumble! The spacetime there suddenly seethed, and then an expanse of light shattered while Yi Xian retreated repeatedly. Tai Xingshui was just about to attack again, but it didn't take long for him to frown. Because a mysterious force had suddenly appeared in the surrounding spacetime. Tai Xingshui's expression changed drastically when he saw this mysterious force, and he practically didn't hesitate to vanish on the spot and return to that expanse of spacetime. This was why he could only enter that unknown expanse of spacetime for a short period of time. Because that mysterious force rejected all who entered that expanse of spacetime. As if he'd thought of something, he suddenly gazed at Yi Xian. Yi Xian was still in that expanse of spacetime, and the mysterious force had enveloped Yi Xian. Tai Xingshui couldn't help but roar with laughter when he witnessed this scene. Yi Xian. Yi Xian. This is the consequence of ignorance. At this moment, he was extremely happy. Yi Xian was equivalent to courting death. That mysterious force was so strong that even he wasn't a match for it at all. As for Yi Xian, he wasn't a match for it at all. Yi Xian glanced at the mysterious force in the surroundings, and his expression was quite unsightly. Because it was a force that exceeded his understanding. It was absolutely not something he could resist right now. But at this moment, the mysterious force had sealed off this expanse of space he resided in. Just as Yi Xian was about to fight to the death, the mysterious force seemed to have discovered something and suddenly retreated like a receding tide. Yi Xian was stunned. Not only was Yi Xian stunned, but Tai Xingshui was also stunned in the spacetime outside. His eyes were filled with disbelief. This. How is this possible? Saying this, he suddenly looked at the sword in Yi Xian's hand. It's the sword in your hand. It's your sword. Yi Xian looked at the green profound sword in his hand. Could it really be because of this sword? Thinking of this, he looked at Tai Xingshui and smiled. Look, how great it is to have a sister. It's your fault for not having a sister. Everyone was speechless. Tai Xingshui was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Chapter 1843. When he heard Yi Xian, not only was Tai Yishui furious to the point of almost spitting out blood, even Jing Ji couldn't take it anymore. This fellow's words are too infuriating. However, she was even more shocked at this moment. Yi Xian was actually able to rely on this sword to jump out of this universe's spacetime. What did this mean? It meant that the person who made the sword was even more terrifying. Of course, she'd personally experienced how terrifying the woman in a plain dress was. She was truly a godlike woman. At this moment, Gu Ming's expression was slightly solemn. The sword in Yi Xian's hand had greatly exceeded his expectations. From this, it could be seen how formidable the person who made the sword was. Gu Ming had a trace of worry in his heart. Right at this moment, Yi Xian returned to the battlefield. With the green profound sword, he could really travel back and forth between the two universes. However, he didn't dare to travel randomly in that unknown space because he was quite afraid of it as well. Even now, he still felt a lingering fear from that mysterious force. Meanwhile, Tai Yishui suddenly said, "Where is the person who made the sword now?" At this moment, he was even more curious about the woman in a plain dress. Gu Ming looked at Yi Xian as well. He was similarly curious about the woman in a plain dress. Exactly how strong is she? Originally, he was very confident that he could defeat her. But now, he wasn't completely confident anymore. However, he wanted to fight her even more now. When had he ever been afraid of anyone? Yi Xian didn't answer Tai Yishui, and he slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, he was very excited because he discovered a formidable ability of the green profound sword, and that was the ability to travel freely between two different spaces. With this ability, he could be said to be in an invincible position forever. Even if he faced Tai Yishui, his opponent wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Most importantly, he could use this sword to study its principles, and then rely on his own ability to jump out of this expanse of space. A new door had opened for him. Right at this moment, Gu Ming suddenly said, the sword in his hand. The sword. Tai Yishui's eyes narrowed as he gazed at the sword in Yi Xian's hand. At this moment, he intended to seize the sword. Without any hesitation, Tai Yishui suddenly vanished on the spot. At practically the same time, Yi Xian suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Rumble. The sword light shattered and Yi Xian instantly retreated. In the instant that he retreated, he directly escaped from the spacetime of this universe. Tai Xingshui, who was about to follow up with another attack, was stunned. How were they supposed to fight? Although he could also appear in this universe's spacetime, he didn't dare to fight with Yi Xian there. Yi Xian wasn't afraid of that mysterious force, but he was. Tai Yisheng looked at Yi Xian and mocked, "Yi Xian, are you still a man? If so, then come out and we'll fight to the death." Yi Xian laughed and said, "If you are a man, then come in. We will fight to the death." Tai Yisheng stared at Yi Xian, "You don't want to come out?" As he spoke, he looked at the awareness realm cultivator and Xiaofan, "You can escape, but what about them?" Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "I'll give it a try." As he spoke, he suddenly appeared by Xiaofan and Ji Jing's side and took their hands. A moment later, the three of them vanished at the same time, and they were out of this universe's spacetime when they appeared again. Tai Yisheng and Ancient Fate were stunned. He can take others in. What the hell? Xiaofan and Jingji, who stood by Yi Xian's side, were quite stunned as well. They hadn't imagined that Yi Xian would actually be able to take them in. What's going on? Jingji was quite excited. She ceaselessly sized up the surroundings because such an opportunity was rare. If she could familiarize herself with this expanse of spacetime, then she might be able to use her understanding of spacetime to enter again in the future. Meanwhile, Yi Xian had brought her and Xiaofan back into the outside world. Jingji hurriedly gazed at Yi Xian. Stay a little longer. Yi Xian was speechless. She wants to stay a little longer. I can't let her off so easily. Tai Yisheng's expression was terrifyingly gloomy, and he stared fixedly at the sword in Yi Xian's hand. This sword can even take others in. What kind of sword is this? At this moment, Gu Ming suddenly said in a deep voice, rumor has it that this person also has a Xiao Ta. That Xiao Ta is said to last 100 years inside and a day outside. I thought it was fake before, but now it seems that this pagoda might really be that magical. Hearing this, Tai Yisheng's eyes narrowed. 2 divine objects. He slowly clenched his right hand. If these 2 divine objects fell into his hands, he would definitely become the strongest person in the history of this universe. However, he didn't make a move and said, let's go. After speaking, he turned around and left. Gu Ming frowned, but he didn't ask any more questions and also turned around and left. Seeing the 2 of them leave, Xiaofan, who stood by Yi Xian's side, frowned. What do they mean? Jingji said indifferently, what do they mean? It's obvious. They can't do anything to Yi Xian now, so they're going back to discuss how to deal with this guy. Xiaofan was silent. Yi Xian could escape this spacetime at will. It could be said that as long as he didn't want to fight to the death, even Tai Yisheng couldn't do anything to him. Therefore, even if Tai Yisheng joined forces with Gu Ming, it would be meaningless. At this moment, Jingji suddenly said, you have to be careful. If I were them, I would definitely attack your friends and family. As long as I capture your friends and family, you have to fight even if you don't want to. Unless you want to watch them die. Xiaofan frowned slightly. Tai Yisheng wouldn't do such a despicable thing, right? Naive. Jingji sneered. Under normal circumstances, he would indeed not do such a despicable thing, but don't overlook one point, and that is that this fellow possesses 2 super divine objects, and these 2 divine objects are things that the supreme life water cannot give up. For these 2 divine objects, Tai Yisheng won't adhere to his **T principles. Moreover, the 2 of them don't dare to give this guy too much time. Therefore, they will definitely attack again, and when they do, they will definitely be fully prepared. Yi Xian nodded. So, we have to make some preparations. Jingji gazed at Yi Xian. What preparations? According to what I know, you seem to have quite a lot of friends and family. Yi Xian said, then what do you think I should do now? Jingji fell silent for a moment, and then he said, there are 2 ways. The first is to call your younger sister over. Once she appears, all the troubles will disappear. Yi Xian said, tell me about the second. Jingji glanced at Yi Xian, and then he said, the second is to take all your friends and family into Xiao Ta. It should be possible for you as well, but it might be a bit more troublesome. Yi Xian smiled. There's a third way. Jingji frowned slightly. What way? Yi Xian said, to the ancient god world. Jingji's eyes narrowed slightly. You want to go to the ancient god world? Yi Xian smiled. Can't I? Jingji said in a low voice, that's their headquarters. If you go there, speaking of this, she frowned again, even the 2 of them can't do anything to you, so the rest of them certainly can't do anything to you. Moreover, with your strength, whether it is the ancient demon race or the greater one-sex powerhouses, for you, I'm afraid it will only be a matter of 1 sword. Saying this, her pupils suddenly shrank. She had always neglected a problem, and that was Yi Xian's strength. Now, Yi Xian could not even do anything to ancient fate and greater one-life water. To some extent, he was already comparable to super powerhouses like greater one-life water and ancient fate. If he went to the ancient god world, it would undoubtedly be a great disaster for the ancient demon race and greater one race. As if thinking of something, Jingji said, but what about your family and friends here? They are now your biggest weakness, and they will never let go of this weakness. They will definitely use it against you. Or do you really have the heart to leave them alone? As long as they go to Azure Province, then you, Yi Xian, will be in an absolute passive position. If you fight, Azure Province will be destroyed. If you don't fight, then you will have to surrender. Saying this, she sighed softly. Greater One Life Water retreated just now, but in reality, he was retreating in order to advance. Now that he has retreated, your situation has become even more difficult. Yi Xian smiled. Then what do you think I should do now? Jingji said in a low voice, the best way is to call for help. If your sister comes out, what ancient fate, what Greater One Life Water, they are all ants. Yi Xian, Jingji suddenly said, you can't contact her, can you? Yi Xian nodded. Jingji frowned slightly. Why can't you contact her? Yi Xian said, she may have already left this universe. Jingji was silent for a moment, then said, then there is no point in you going to the ancient god world. You can only kill the Greater One Life Water and the ancient fate. Saying this, she shook her head, but the problem is, even if the three of us work together, we cannot kill the ancient fate and the Greater One Life Water. Although the ancient fate and the Greater One Life Water couldn't do anything to Yi Xian couldn't do anything to the ancient fate and the Greater One Life Water either. The only difference was that Yi Xian had too many things to worry about. And these things were his fatal weakness. If she hadn't seen how scary the plain-clothed woman was, she would have done the same thing. Because Yi Xian would have obediently submitted. Jingji sighed. Not only was Yi Xian's situation getting worse, but it was also the same for her and the Saint Church. Because the ancient demon and the Greater One would never let her and the Saint Church go. At this moment, the space in front of Jingji suddenly trembled. Yi Xian and Xiaofan looked at her, and then Jingji suddenly looked up at Yi Xian. You don't have to feel bad. Yi Xian didn't understand, and he asked, why? Jingji said, let me ask you something. How strong is your father? Yi Xian froze, and then he said, why do you ask? Jingji said, I just received news that the Stellar Fate sect couldn't find your sister, but they found your father. Yi Xian's face darkened. They aren't going to find my father, are they? Jingji nodded. The Greater One Life Water and the Ancient Fate have already gone to find your father. So, what I want to know is, how strong is your father? Yi Xian thought about it, and then he said, he's a little stronger than me. Jingji shook her head. Then why don't you go and save your father? Yi Xian was speechless. Chapter 1844. Save my father? Yi Xian was speechless. Seeing that Yi Xian didn't speak, Jingji frowned. What are you waiting for? If you're late, your father will be gone. Yi Xian was puzzled. Jingji, I don't understand why they want to find my father. Jingji asked in a deep voice, was your small pagoda left to you by your father? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Jingji knew. That's the reason. Yi Xian was still puzzled. Then they can just kill me. Why do they want to find my father? Jingji thought for a moment and said, it should be because they are curious. Also, they might want to eliminate any future troubles. Think about it, if they kill you, will your father let it go? He definitely won't let it go. As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian. Why are you still asking questions? Why aren't you going to save you? Speaking of this, she seemed to have thought of something and narrowed her eyes. Your father is not weak. Yi Xian smiled. A little stronger than me. Jingji stared at Yi Xian. Really just a little? Yi Xian nodded and said seriously, a little. Jingji shook his head. You never speak the truth. Yi Xian was speechless. Jingji asked again, do you want to go? Actually, she also wanted to see Yi Xian's father. What kind of person could give birth to such a shameless fellow? Yi Xian nodded. Of course. Where are they? Jingji said solemnly, the North Pole region in the divine ancient star region. It's very far away from here. It's said that your father appeared there. The experts of Star Life Gate have already rushed there. Yi Xian frowned. His father hadn't left this universe? Was he worried about him? As soon as this thought appeared, he denied it himself. His father couldn't wait for him to live a hard life. It was impossible for him to deliberately stay behind to help him. Since it wasn't him, then why did his father stay behind? He was also a little curious. Jingji suddenly said, let's go to the divine ancient star field. Yi Xian nodded. All right. With that said, the three of them disappeared on the spot. Somewhere in the starry sky, Tai Shui was flying through the air, with ancient fate next to him. They were on their way back to the ancient god world. Gu Ming suddenly said, Brother Sheng Shui, I don't think we need to look for Yi Xian's father. Although Yi Xian can use the divine sword to escape from this spacetime, his family and friends are still here. As long as we target his family and friends, he will have no choice but to fight us. Tai Yi Water Dao, I know. Gu Ming was a little confused. Since Brother Sheng Shui knows, then why? Tai Yisheng smiled and said, Brother Gu Ming, aren't you curious about Yi Xian's background? Yi Xian's background. Gu Ming was silent. He was naturally curious about Yi Xian's background, especially the two people behind Yi Xian, especially the plain-dressed woman. This person was able to forge that kind of divine sword, so he was definitely not an ordinary person. He was most likely a superior blacksmith. Tai Yisheng continued, the most terrifying thing about Yi Xian is not his own strength, but the person behind him. To be able to nurture such a genius, the person behind him is definitely not simple. Especially that plain-dressed woman. This person can fuse the Tao of spacetime into the sword. This ability. Saying this, a hint of worry flashed in his eyes. This woman is not simple. I never thought that our universe would have such a blacksmith. Gu Ming nodded. Indeed, she is not simple. But why have we never heard of this woman? Tai Yisheng nodded slightly. Logically speaking, with such ability, this woman should not be unknown, but neither of us have heard of her. Saying this, he frowned. Could it be that the rumors are true? This Yi Xian and that plain-dressed woman are outsiders? Gu Ming immediately shook his head. Impossible. Tai Yisheng looked at Gu Ming. Why is it impossible? Gu Ming said in a low voice, I've investigated Yi Xian before. This person is flashy and likes to deceive people. The foreign guests he mentioned must be fabricated by him to deceive us. Tai Yisheng pondered for a moment and said, no matter what, since the Star Life Gate has found this person's father, we should go and meet him. I want to see how extraordinary the person behind Yi Xian is. Gu Ming nodded. That's true. He was also very curious about the person behind Yi Xian. Tai Yisheng suddenly smiled. I hope they are stronger. Otherwise, it would be too boring. Gu Ming also smiled. Indeed. Saying this, the two smiled and disappeared into the endless starry sky. On the other side, Yi Xian and the other two were also rushing to the ancient god star field. However, they were not as slow as Tai Yisheng and Gu Ming. After all, Yi Xian had the Azure Profound Sword. Although he did not know the exact location of the ancient god world, Xiaofan and Jingji knew. It only took the three of them less than a dozen breaths to reach the ancient god star field. When they appeared in the ancient god star field, Xiaofan and Jingji's expressions became serious. They were shocked by this speed. One had to know that even with their strength, it would take at least half a month to reach the ancient god star field from where they were just now. However, Yi Xian only used less than a dozen breaths of time. This was too terrifying. Jingji suddenly said, this sword of yours can ignore the spacetime of this current universe." Saying this, she took a deep look at the azure profound sword in Yi Xian's hand, and a complicated look flashed in her eyes. "Your sister is not an ordinary kind of terrifying." Hearing this, Yi Xian laughed. "Qing and I are both very powerful." Jing Ji said calmly, "I don't know why young Master Yi is so powerful." Yi Xian said seriously, "I have such a powerful sister." "Isn't that powerful?" Jing Ji's expression froze. After a moment, she gave him a thumbs up. "Young Master Ye's skin is so thick, it's rare to see." "I'm convinced." Yi Xian was speechless. Xiaofan suddenly glanced around with a complicated expression. She had left this place, and now that she had returned, her feelings were naturally complicated. Yi Xian walked over to Xiaofan and said softly, "Do you want to return to the hallowed halls to take a look?" At the side, Jingji suddenly smiled and said, "Yes." "Martial Lorden, do you want to go back and take a look?" Xiaofan glanced at Jingji and said indifferently, "There's no need." Jingji smiled and didn't say anything else. The enmity between her and Xiaofan had always existed, but she understood that now wasn't the time for internal strife. They had to deal with the hallowed halls and the ancient devil race first. These two were even more of a threat. Yi Xian suddenly said, "Let's go to the North Pole starfield." Jingji hesitated for a moment and said, "I have to return to the hallowed halls to make some arrangements." Yi Xian asked, "What arrangements?" Jingji smiled and said, "Now that I'm on your side, do you think the ancient demons and the very ones will let the hallowed halls go? If I don't make some arrangements, I'm afraid the hallowed halls will be caught off guard." Yi Xian nodded. "That's true. Let's go to the hallowed halls first." Jingji looked at Xiaofan and smiled. Just as she was about to speak, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Miss Jingji, let's go." Jingji glanced at Yi Xian and smiled. "Okay." The three of them headed to the hallowed halls. Yi Xian looked at Xiaofan. He could tell that Xiaofan wanted to return to the hallowed halls. But that was normal. After all, she was the sacred leader of the hallowed halls. After a while, the three of them arrived at the hallowed halls. The hallowed halls were located in Sacred, an independent small world. As soon as they entered Sacred, an old man in a white robe appeared in front of them. When the old man in the white robe saw Xiaofan, his face changed. You are Martial Lorden." Xiaofan's expression was calm, and she didn't speak. As for the old man in the white robe, his eyes were filled with vigilance as if he was facing a great enemy. Jingji suddenly said, "Can't you see me?" Hearing this, the old man in the white robe looked at Jingji, and he hurriedly bowed respectfully. "Sacred leader." Jingji said indifferently, "Don't be so nervous. Martial Lorden won't eat you." The old man in the white robe glanced at Xiaofan again, and he was slightly puzzled. Why is the sacred leader and Martial Lorden together? Have they reconciled? Jingji suddenly said, "Pass down the order. Ask all the hallowed halls experts outside to return to the hallowed halls immediately." The old man in the white robe was stunned. He was about to ask something, but when he saw Jingji frown, he hurriedly said, "Yes." After saying this, he turned around and disappeared. Xiaofan suddenly said, "I'm going to see Master." After saying this, she turned around and walked to the other side. Jingji glanced at Xiaofan and didn't speak. The master Xiaofan was referring to was her father. Yi Xian hurriedly followed as well. He was also afraid that the two women would suddenly start fighting. Before long, Yi Xian followed Xiaofan to a cave at the back of the mountain. In this cave, there were hundreds of memorial tablets. All of them were the memorial tablets of the ancestors of the hallowed halls. There were a lot of them. Although cultivation to a certain extent could increase one's lifespan, it wasn't true eternal life. There would eventually be a day when one would turn to dust. Besides that, there were also some who died unnaturally. Xiaofan walked to one of the memorial tablets, slowly knelt down, and fell silent. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian retreated. Outside, Jingji was also there. Yi Xian chuckled and said, "Miss Jingji." Jingji shook his head. "Don't say anything because I know what you're going to say." Yi Xian nodded. "All right." He knew that the matter between Xiaofan and Jingji wasn't something that she could mediate. Unless they both became his women. Holy shit. Yi Xian was shocked by his own thought. Why would he have such a thought? At this moment, a phantom suddenly appeared in front of Jingji. The phantom glanced at Yi Xian, wanting to say something but hesitating. Jingji said calmly, "Young Master Yi is not an outsider. Just say what you want." The phantom nodded slightly. The Starfate Gate has been making a big move recently. They've set up a mysterious array in the North Pole star region. I don't know what kind of array it is, but the Starfate Gate has sent at least tens of thousands of experts, including the sect master of the Starfate Gate. Hearing this, Jingji frowned. What are they going to do? The phantom shook his head. I don't know. Jingji suddenly looked at Yi Xian with an extremely solemn expression. They're making such a big move. They might be targeting your father. Your father is in danger. Yi Xian was speechless. Chapter 1845. Targeting his father? Yi Xian was speechless. Why did he have to target Qing and his father? Was he unworthy? Suddenly, Yijing asked, "How strong is your father?" She had investigated Yi Xian's father and only knew that he was the Sword League's Swordmaster. To be honest, the Sword League wasn't much. However, in her opinion, Yi Xian's father was no ordinary person. After all, Yi Xian's bloodline wasn't simple. Yi Xian said, "A little stronger than me." Yijing looked at Yi Xian, "Tell me the truth." Yi Xian said with a smile, "I think it's a 50-50 chance." 50-50. Yijing frowned, "Really?" Yi Xian nodded and said seriously, "Absolutely." Yijing glanced at Yi Xian, "As if I'd believe you." Yi Xian was speechless. At this time, the white-robed old man suddenly appeared in front of Yijing. The white-robed old man bowed, "Holy Lord, our people have rushed back to the Holy Hall and await your orders." Yijing nodded, "Got it." The white-robed old man glanced at Yi Xian, then retreated. Yijing suddenly looked at the cave. She smiled, "She cares about you." Yi Xian frowned, "Xiaofan?" Yijing nodded, "Yes. If it weren't for you, she would have attacked me." Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then said, "The conflict between the two of you." Yijing suddenly smiled. "The old man inside said that I'm not as good as her, but it turns out that I'm not any worse than her." With that, she turned and left. Yi Xian glanced at Yijing. He could feel that Yijing still held a lot of resentment towards her father. Yi Xian sighed softly. He didn't try to persuade Yijing because he hadn't experienced what Yijing had gone through, so he wasn't qualified to do so. One shouldn't persuade others to do good without suffering. At this moment, Xiaofan walked out. Xiaofan walked up to Yi Xian, looked around, and then said softly, "This is no longer the place we are familiar with." Yi Xian chuckled. "I'm here." Xiaofan looked at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. Yi Xian suddenly grabbed En's hand. "Let's go." After saying that, he pulled Xiaofan and walked into the distance. This time, Xiaofan didn't resist and let Yi Xian pull him. Yi Xian turned to Xiaofan and smiled, "Thank you." Xiaofan was puzzled. "What are you thanking me for?" Yi Xian said, "For my sake, you didn't choose to fight Miss Jingji at this time." After a moment of silence, Xiaofan said, "You need her and the Templars' help now." Yi Xian was about to speak when Jingji suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. She glanced at the two of them holding hands and said with a smile, "Don't tell me you two are really together?" Yi Xian smiled, "Miss Jingji, do you have any news?" Jingji nodded, "I just received news that the Supreme Life Water and Ancient Fate have arrived in the ancient God world." Yi Xian frowned, "So fast?" Jingji nodded, "They should have received help from the Stellar Life Gate." Yi Xian said solemnly, "What kind of power is the Stellar Life Gate?" Jingji knew, it's a power that likes to study all sorts of things. Especially the Tao of spacetime. Their overall strength isn't particularly strong, but it isn't weak either because they still have a living God Emperor. However, no one has seen him before. They are experts in spacetime, and the teleporter they built is amazing. Under normal circumstances, it would take us half a month to get to where you are, but through their teleporter, the time can be reduced to a few days. With the help of elites like the Supreme Life Water and Ancient Fate, it can be even faster. Because they are strong enough, they can ignore the effects of the spacetime teleporter. Saying this, she frowned, they are a public power, and they don't get involved in worldly affairs. I didn't expect that they would openly side with the ancient demons and the very ones. The ancient demons and the very ones must have promised them something. Xiaofan suddenly said, "The green profound sword." Jingji nodded when he heard this. "Only the azure sword and your tiny pagoda are capable of making the Star Gate side with them. Because with the characters of those fellows, they'll definitely want to study your tiny pagoda and the azure sword." Yi Xian said, "Your people said that the Stellar Life Gate is building a teleporter in the North Pole starfield. Do you have any specific information?" Jingji shook his head. "That place is full of teleporters. Our people can't get in, so we don't know what they are building. However, according to my speculation, they might be targeting your father." Yi Xian was speechless. Suddenly, Xiaofan said, "To the North Pole starfield." Yi Xian nodded. "Let's go." He wanted to see how these people were going to target his father. Jingji suddenly said, "Are we going just like that?" Yi Xian looked at Jingji. "What else?" Jingji said, "You don't seem to be worried about your father at all. Tell me honestly, isn't your father very strong?" Yi Xian said, "Miss Jingji, I told you before. My father is only a little stronger than me." "It's true." Jingji frowned. "Aren't you worried about him? He is your father. There are 3 super forces targeting him. Aren't you afraid that he will be killed by them?" Yi Xian blinked. Then he said, "A little scared." Jingji was speechless. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Let's go." After saying that, he disappeared into the horizon with Xiao, and Jingji frowned. Unfilial fellow. After saying that, she also disappeared. The North Pole starfield was located in the northernmost part of the divine ancient star field. It was desolate and barren, so there were very few humans here. Even if there were, they were weak rogue cultivators. At this moment, tens of thousands of super experts were gathered in a mountain range in the North Pole starfield. Star Fate Sect. An old man stood in front of a valley. He looked down with a frown. This person was the sect master of the Star Fate Sect, Dao Xingzi. In the valley below, there was a huge astral formation. However, this formation was not yet complete, because there were still hundreds of formation masters from the Stellar Fate Gate continuously drawing some strange runes at the edge of it. At this moment, 2 middle-aged men suddenly appeared beside Dao Xingzi. They were Gu Ming and Tai Yishui. The 2 of them would have needed half a month to reach the divine ancient star field, but with the help of the Star Fate Sect, the time had been shortened to a few days. Dao Xingzi suddenly said, "Yi Xian has arrived at the divine ancient star field." Tai Yishui frowned. "So fast?" Dao Xingzi smiled. "It seems like it is really as you said." The spacetime Tao contained in that sword really surpasses the spacetime of this universe. Tai Shui nodded. This person was able to travel from so far away to here. It seems like the spacetime Tao contained in that sword far exceeds our expectations. Dao Xingzi narrowed his eyes. The two of you, my Star Fate sect doesn't care who owns this sword, but no matter who obtains it, you must first let my Star Fate sect study it for 3 months. Tai Shui smiled. Of course. As he spoke, he looked at Gu Ming. Gu Ming smiled slightly. No problem. Dao Xingzi nodded. He looked at the formation below and said, once this formation succeeds, it will be able to reverse the spacetime here and find the spacetime of that man in green. Tai Shui frowned slightly. You're not just reversing spacetime. Dao Xingzi smiled. Yes, it's not just reversing the spacetime here, it's also exchanging spacetime. In other words, the spacetime here and the spacetime of that man in green. Gu Ming frowned. Is that possible? Dao Xingzi smiled. Brother Gu Ming, of course it's possible. The spacetime Tao is boundlessly profound. According to my Tao Star Sect's ancestor, if the spacetime Tao is researched to the extreme, then not only can it reverse spacetime, it can also reverse the future. It is to reverse the past spacetime and the present spacetime and the future spacetime. Tai Shui said in a low voice, has your Tao Star Sect's ancestor ever done it? Dao Xingzi shook his head. Not even in death. Tai Shui nodded. That's indeed impossible. Dao Xingzi said softly, I really want to see the sword in young Master Ye's hand. Tai Shui smiled. Isn't he in the ancient god star field right now? Once we deal with his father, it will be very easy to deal with him. Although Yi Xian could escape from this spacetime, the people around Yi Xian did not have this ability. Dao Xingzi nodded slightly. He looked down, and at this moment, the enormous starlight formation below suddenly trembled. Gu Ming asked. Is it done? Dao Xingzi nodded. He raised his hands and chanted some unknown incantation. Gradually, the spacetime above the starlight formation began to distort. The Star Life Sect's experts also began to chant incantations. The spacetime above the starlight formation became more and more distorted and abstract. Gu Ming and Tai Shui stared at the distorted and abstract spacetime. Very quickly, blurry figures appeared within the spacetime. Suddenly, a green-clothed man appeared within the warped expanse of space. Seeing this, a trace of excitement flashed through Dao Xingzi's eyes, and he hurriedly roared. Spacetime swap. Below, the Star Life Sect's experts roared in unison. Spacetime swap. Bang! The spacetime above the starlight formation became illusory. When it became completely translucent, a man in green clothes appeared before everyone's eyes. His main body. However, he wasn't in this spacetime. He was in another unknown spacetime, and he just appeared here in a special way. At this moment, a white furry little fellow appeared on the green-robed man's shoulder. She looked around curiously. Dao Xingzi stroked his beard and smiled. Found him. In the distance, the white little fellow turned to look at the man in green clothes with a bewildered expression. Why did he come here? Even though Dao Xingzi and the others had looked for the man in green clothes, he'd come here of his own accord. The man spoke indifferently, that unfilial son of mine must have gotten into trouble again. If he doesn't give me a reasonable explanation, then I'll break his legs. The white little fellow was speechless. In the distance, Dao Xingzi turned to look at Gu Ming and Tai Shui. Let's do it. This formation consumes a lot of energy, and we won't be able to hold on for long. Tai Shui turned to look at Gu Ming and smiled. Brother Gu Ming, do you want to do it, or should I? Gu Ming glanced at the man in green clothes and grinned. I don't care. Chapter 1846. Dao Xingzi frowned slightly when he heard them. Don't underestimate this person. His intuition told him that the azure-clothed man in another dimension wasn't simple at all. At this moment, he felt slightly uneasy. Hearing Dao Xingzi's words, Tai Yingshui and Gu Ming looked at the azure-clothed man in the distance, and the smiles on their faces gradually disappeared. They couldn't see through him. Both Gu Ming and Great Life Water couldn't see through the azure-clothed man in the distance. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly resounded from the side. Father? Hearing this, everyone turned around to look. Not far away, 3 people were slowly walking over. It was Yi Xian, Jing Ji, and Xiaofan. Yi Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw his father. Damn it! This Star Life Gate is really amazing. It actually managed to get my father out. Impressive. The azure-clothed man sized up Yi Xian, and then he shook his head. Why are you still so weak? Yi Xian's expression froze. The azure-clothed man looked at Jing Ji and Xiaofan, and he smiled. Are they your wives? Jing Ji and Xiaofan's expressions instantly became slightly unnatural. Yi Xian was about to speak when Jing Ji immediately said, You've misunderstood. I'm not. At this moment, she was quite angry. Looks like this father isn't serious as well. The azure-clothed man looked at Xiaofan, then you are. Xiaofan was about to speak when the azure-clothed man suddenly smiled, since you're a member of the Yang family, you should at least show some respect. As he spoke, he opened his palm, and a ray of sword light suddenly flew out. In the next moment, the ray of sword light directly entered the space between Xiaofan's eyebrows. Boom! In an instant, Xiaofan's entire body trembled violently, and then an extremely terrifying aura suddenly swept out from her body. Rumble! The entire North Star region was in an uproar. No! The entire ancient god world was in an uproar. At this moment, everyone in the surroundings was stunned. Including Xiaofan. What happened? Jing Ji looked at Xiaofan in disbelief. She didn't know what had happened, but she knew that Xiaofan was transforming. A true transformation. What exactly did this azure-clothed man do? On the other side, Dao Xingzi stared fixedly at the green-clothed man. His fists were tightly clenched and trembling. At this moment, Gu Ming and the Great One Life Water's faces turned extremely grave. At this moment, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Xiaofan in the distance. Boom! In an instant, the entire world became illusory, and her soul slowly floated out of her body. At the same time, her physical body started to disintegrate bit by bit. Everyone was dumbfounded. What was he doing? Decompose the body? Before long, Xiaofan's body vanished completely, leaving behind only his soul. However, at that moment, a stone door gradually appeared in the depths of the distant starry sky. Under everyone's gaze, the stone door slowly opened and an ancient voice came from within. Enter my God's gate and you can forge your fate, soul. Are you willing? Gate of God? Everyone was dumbfounded. Xiaofan was also dumbfounded. Meanwhile, the green-clothed man suddenly laughed and said, How can a tiny divine sect like you covet the members of my Yang clan? Hurry up and cast a bright soul for her, otherwise, I'll exterminate your entire family. Everyone, how dare you? An angry shout suddenly resounded from within the divine gate, Who are you? How dare you look down on my divine gate, you? The green-clothed man suddenly drew his sword and slashed, and a ray of sword light directly entered the divine gate. Boom! The divine gate trembled violently and then cracked. In the next moment, a voice suddenly resounded, Boss, please calm down. We'll immediately cast a bright soul for her. As soon as the voice resounded, countless rays of white light suddenly surged out from the stone door. The white light gushed out from the stone door and surged into Xiaoan's body like a tide. Boom! In an instant, Xiaoan's soul directly trembled violently, and gradually, her physical body began to condense again. With a wave of his hand, Xiaoan's physical body completely recovered. Not only that, but the space-time around her actually became distorted, and under everyone's gaze, Xiaoan directly escaped from the space-time of this universe. Not far in front of her, a stone staircase appeared, and this stone staircase led directly to the stone door. Whether it was the current Xiaoan, the stone staircase, or the stone door, none of them belonged to this space-time. Above the divine soul. At this moment, the nearby star child suddenly said in a trembling voice, She's already above the divine soul. What was above the divine soul? No one knew. Because in history, no one had ever broken through to the divine soul realm. Even the supreme life water had only reached the divine soul realm. Of course, there were strong and weak divine souls. However, no one knew what realm was above the divine soul realm. At this moment, Xiaoan had directly reached above the divine soul realm. At this moment, the green-clothed man suddenly waved his right hand, and the stone staircase in front of Xiaoan vanished. The stone door even trembled violently and then disappeared. Xiaoan looked at her hands, and in the next moment, she slowly pressed her right hand down. Boom! In an instant, the space-time of the entire North Pole star region became distorted and was about to shatter. Seeing this scene, the expressions of Dao Xingzi and the others changed drastically. Xiaoan withdrew her hand, looked at the green-clothed man, and bowed slightly, "Thank you." At this moment, she had already left the space-time of this universe. The green-clothed man smiled slightly, "We're all family, so there's no need to be so polite." Xiaoan, at the side, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Dad, do it for me. Let me jump out of this universe as well." The green-clothed man sized up Yi Xian and shook his head, "You can't." Yi Xian was slightly puzzled, "Why?" The green-clothed man said, "You're too weak." Yi Xian, suddenly, Dao Xingzi's voice trembled, "Who exactly are you?" The green-clothed man looked at Dao Xingzi and smiled, "Didn't you come looking for me? Why are you asking me who I am?" Dao Xingzi bowed slightly and spoke respectfully, "Senior, this is a misunderstanding." The green-clothed man drew his sword and slashed. Hiss! In an instant, the heads of tens of thousands of experts from the Life Star sect flew into the air. This scene was extremely bloody. The green-clothed man looked at Dao Xingzi and smiled, "This is also a misunderstanding." Dao Xingzi, the green-clothed man was suddenly puzzled, "There's something I'm very puzzled about. The conflict between you and my son is a matter between the two of you, and I have no intention of interfering. But why didn't you target him instead of me? Why is that?" Yi Xian suddenly said, "They want to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots." The green-clothed man glared at Yi Xian, "Can't you deal with this yourself? Don't ask me and Tianming to help you so easily." Yi Xian said seriously, "Father, you have to have a conscience when you speak. I've never taken the initiative to look for you and Qing, right? The heavens have pity on me, they're the ones who brought this upon themselves. It has nothing to do with me." The green-clothed man was speechless. That seemed to be the case. Yi Xian continued, "Actually, even without you and Qing, I can still deal with them. They are like dust to me, and I can destroy them with a wave of my hand." Hearing this, everyone looked at Yi Xian. Destroy with a wave of his hand? Was he serious? The green-clothed man smiled, "Then you deal with them yourself." As he spoke, his body suddenly became illusory. Seeing this, Yi Xian's eyelids twitched, and he hurriedly said, "Father. Wait." The green-clothed man smiled, "What are you doing?" Yi Xian said seriously, "Father, do you know why they came looking for you and not Qing, Do you?" The green-clothed man frowned, "Why?" Yi Xian said seriously, they said that you're weaker than Qing, and that you're easier to bully. Fuck. The green-clothed man suddenly looked at Dao Xingzi. In the next moment, Dao Xingzi's father was sent flying. At the same time, two rays of light shot into the space between Ancient Fate and Tai Yisheng's eyebrows. Rumble. Ancient Fate and Tai Yisheng's bodies instantly shattered, and only their souls remained. They were instantly killed. All three of them were dumbfounded. This was the first time the green-clothed man had attacked, and all three of them had been instantly killed. Dao Xingzi, who only had his soul left, was stunned. What did I do? Could it be that he was courting death? On the other side, Jingji suddenly looked at Yi Xian. She stared at Yi Xian. You said that your father is a little stronger than you? Yi Xian blinked, yes. Jingji said angrily, shameless. Is this a little stronger? It's 1,000,000,000 points, right? Yi Xian, at this moment, Tai Yisheng suddenly said, you've already jumped out of this universe. Hearing this, everyone looked at the green-clothed man. The green-clothed man suddenly opened his palm, and a ruler appeared in his hand. He waved it casually. Boom! Yi Xian, who was on the ground, was sent flying. While he was flying, his body instantly cracked. Everyone was dumbfounded. Why did he hit his son? After Yi Xian stopped, he was also dumbfounded. He looked at the green-clothed man. Father, you. The green-clothed man stared at Yi Xian. Your strength isn't much, and you have a lot of tricks. You want to surpass me and Tianming? What do you have to surpass us? Do you think you're shameless? At this moment, Xiaofan and Yi Xian's body suddenly couldn't help but say, Master, little master inherited your shamelessness. Hearing this, the white little guy on the green-clothed man's shoulder opened his eyes wide. Did Xiao Ta become so arrogant? The green-clothed man opened his palm, and Xiao Ta appeared in front of him. Xiao Ta hurriedly said, Master, what are you doing? The green-clothed man waved his ruler. Bang! Xiao Ta was directly sent flying, and when he stopped, his body directly cracked. Xiao Ta said with a trembling voice, Master. The green-clothed man waved his ruler again. Bang! 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 In next to no time, numerous shrill cries resounded. Not only Xiao Ta, but also Yi Xian. Both of them were being beaten. In the distance, Xiao Ta wailed, Master, I'm now the #1 pagoda in the universe. Leave me some face. The green-clothed man suddenly waved his ruler. Bang! Xiao Ta was swept to the end of the starry sky, but in the next moment, he was forcefully sent back by a powerful force. Just like that, the man and the pagoda were swept back and forth by the green-clothed man like a ball. Little master, let's join forces and rebel. I think with our current strength, we should be able to fight master head-on. Okay. The green-clothed man was about to attack. At this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly shook violently, and a powerful force surged out from his body. Seeing this, the white little guy on the green-clothed man's shoulder opened his mouth, and his face was filled with disbelief. What exactly did Xiao Ta go through? How did he become so arrogant? He actually wants to fight back. He's even more arrogant than Arya. Xiao Ta suddenly said, Little master, go. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly charged towards the green-clothed man. However, Yi Xian did not move. The green-clothed man waved his ruler lightly, and Xiao Ta was directly hit on the spot. In the distance, Yi Xian hurriedly bowed respectfully, Father, I was wrong. Xiao Ta. Chapter 1847. Go against Pops? In fact, Yi Xian was a little speechless. This Xiao Ta was even more arrogant than him. But it made sense. Ever since he was transformed by Qing, this Xiao Ta had become arrogant. He did have the capital to be arrogant. But it depended on the person. Who was this? This was Pops. Not to mention him and Xiao Ta, even Qing might not be able to do anything to Pops. This Xiao Ta actually wanted to go against Pops. Who knew what he was thinking? The green-clothed man looked at Xiao Ta. I haven't seen you for a while. Xiao Ta, you've become more capable. Xiao Ta said with a trembling voice, Master. It was young Master who told me to do this. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. Fuck, this Xiao Ta actually tried to frame me. The green-clothed man glanced at Yi Xian and sneered, after this Xiao Ta followed you, he actually became so flashy. You're really capable. Yi Xian, the green-clothed man suddenly said, do you know why I hit you? Yi Xian hesitated and said, I don't know. The green-clothed man said, there's no other reason. I just wanted to beat you up. Yi Xian's expression froze. The green-clothed man looked at Yi Xian and sighed after a while. Yi Xian hesitated and said, Pops, if there's anything, just say it. The green-clothed man said, it's also my fault. As he spoke, he suddenly looked at Tai Yishui and Gu Ming. These two have forces behind them, right? Yi Xian nodded, yes. The green-clothed man looked at Yi Xian, go and slaughter them. Slaughter. Everyone was stunned. Yi Xian was also stunned, slaughter? The green-clothed man stared at Yi Xian, is there a problem? Yi Xian was silent. The green-clothed man said, I don't want to talk about principles with you. Now, go slaughter their forces. Yi Xian thought for a moment and nodded. All right. With that, he turned around and left. Meanwhile, Tai Yisheng spoke abruptly, we've lost. He was admitting defeat. The azure-robed man glanced at Tai Yi Water. Admit defeat? Do you think it's that simple? Tai Yisheng looked at the green-robed man, you have already jumped out of this universe. Don't you feel that you are bullying the weak? The green-robed man smiled and said, when you were targeting my son, did you ever think about the problem of bullying the weak? Tai Yingshui's expression was somewhat ugly. Sir, this is a matter between the two of us. It has nothing to do with our clansmen. You, the blue-clothed man, shook his head. Don't try to argue with me. I only know that if you touch my people, I will exterminate your entire family. Tai Yishingshui, by now, Yi Xian had arrived at the very first. By now, the very first had learned of what had happened in the North Pole starfield. The entire very first was on high alert. Suddenly, an old man appeared in front of Yi Xian. The old man bowed and said, Mr. Yi, this is the fault of the very first. Please, Mr. Yi, spare the lives of the tens of thousands of very first. Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then shook his head. No. After he spoke, the deep green sword flew out of his hand. Slash. The old man's head flew off his neck. There were many elites in the very first, but aside from elites like Tai Yisheng, no one could stop Yi Xian, who was wielding the deep green sword. 2 hours later, Yi Xian left the very first. By now, he was covered in blood. As he killed and killed, the bloodline power in his body automatically activated. After destroying the very first, Yi Xian went to the ancient demon. 2 hours later, Yi Xian returned to the green-robed man in the North Pole starfield. The very first and the ancient demon were gone. The green-robed man looked at Yi Xian. Do you know why I told you to kill them? Yi Xian nodded. I do. The green-robed man said, tell me. Yi Xian said, because if I fail, my family and loved ones will be slaughtered. They will not show me mercy. The green-robed man nodded. It is good that you know this. You did not disappoint me. Remember this, kid. In this world, if you are not ruthless, you will not be able to stand firm. Especially when you have so many friends and loved ones. You can be merciful, but you cannot be merciful to your enemies. If they are enemies, you must kill them all. You must destroy them. Do not give them a chance to take revenge. Yi Xian nodded. I understand. The green-robed man nodded. I do not want you to be a heartless man. I do not want you to be like your father. I just want you to be more ruthless. A man must be ruthless when he needs to be. He must not be merciful. The Yang family does not bully others, but we will not let others bully us. Yi Xian nodded. I understand. Meanwhile, Tai Yingshui spoke abruptly, exactly how strong are you? How strong? Everyone looked at the green-robed man. The green-robed man waved his sleeves. Tai Yingshui, the ancient life, and Dao Xingzi were erased. He had no interest in ants like them. The moment he was erased, Dao Xingzi's intestines were ruined. F***ck. What had he done? He had used the power of the entire sect to activate the spacetime formation, but he had summoned such a monster. How stupid was he? This was the legendary, courting death. The green-robed man wanted to say something. Yi Xian said, What do you want to say, Dad? The green-robed man sighed. There are some things that I will not tell you. Otherwise, you will be shocked. Yi Xian was speechless. The green-clothed man glanced at the surroundings and said, I'm leaving. Yi Xian frowned. So soon? The green-robed man smiled. There is no point in staying here. It is time for you to leave this universe. Yi Xian hurried to ask, Is there another universe out there? The green-robed man smiled. Go and see for yourself. As he spoke, his body became illusory. The white girl on his shoulder suddenly flew to Xiao Ta. She waved her claw. Xiao Ta's body was filled with violet energy. Xiao Ta's injuries started to recover. Xiao Ta was touched. Little White is the best. Whitey blinked its eyes and then waved its little claws quickly. She meant to tell Xiao Ta not to be so arrogant. Xiao Ta was speechless. Meanwhile, Little White looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian quickly took out a tanghulu and gave it to the white girl. The white little creature grinned. She took out a mustard seed ring and gave it to Yi Xian. Then she waved her little paw gently. Yi Xian smiled. Goodbye. The white girl returned to the green-robed man's shoulder and started to lick the tanghulu that Yi Xian had given her. Right at this moment, Xiaofan suddenly said when the green-clothed man was about to leave, Senior, what cultivation do I belong to right now? The green-robed man looked at An and shook his head. I don't know. An was stunned. The green-robed man smiled. You can leave this universe now. However, this is just the beginning. Xiao An's expression turned grave. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, Dad, let's help Miss Jingji. Hearing this, Jingji turned his head to look at Yi Xian and was struck dumb. She hadn't expected that Yi Xian would speak for her. The green-robed man glanced at Jingji and smiled. All right. As he spoke, he pointed with his finger, and a strand of sword energy shot into the space between Jingji's brows. Bang! Jingji's body trembled violently. Then, a powerful aura swept out from her body. Yi Xian was curious. Dad, can you help others improve their cultivation by force? The green-robed man shook his head. No. The reason they can't break through their limits isn't entirely because of themselves. Yi Xian frowned. Are there other reasons? The green-robed man nodded. There are some other reasons. You'll slowly understand them when you leave this universe and enter that stone door. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. You're keeping me in suspense again. The green-robed man said, Kid, all I can tell you is that the three of us are interested in something. Do you think something that can interest the three of us can be ordinary? You'll have to walk your own path from now on. I came back this time to see you. I don't know how long it will be before we meet again. Yi Xian said in a low voice, are you exaggerating? The green-robed man laughed. He suddenly looked towards the end of the starry sky. She's gone. I have to go as well. With that, he disappeared with the little white fellow. Yi Xian frowned. What did Dad, Qing'er, and Big Brother discover? Somewhere in an unknown galaxy, a woman in a plain dress was walking slowly. The starry sky had no end. The woman in the plain dress walked slowly. After walking for an unknown amount of time, she stopped. Not far in front of her was a small thatched hut. An old man lay in front of the hut, and beside him was a fish tank. The old man lay on a bamboo chair. He glanced at the woman and narrowed his eyes. The woman in the plain dress walked towards the old man. The old man looked at her. You can walk out of the circle we drew with your own strength. The woman in the plain dress did not speak. She continued walking. The old man stood up. He was about to speak when the woman in the plain dress disappeared. When she reappeared, she was behind the old man. Chi! The old man's throat split open. Blood spurted out. The old man's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? You're just a lowly person raised in captivity. How could you kill me? The woman in the plain dress walked to the fish tank. It was not a fish, but an endless starry sky. Monitoring. The old man was monitoring the current universe. The woman in the plain dress turned to look at the old man who was still breathing. You're raising the living beings in the current universe. The old man's eyes widened as if he had lost his soul. You're just a lowly person raised in captivity. You can't kill me. This is impossible. The woman in the plain dress did not speak. She looked down at the fish tank. As she looked, she saw a person. Yi Xian. Seeing Yi Xian, the woman in the plain dress curled up the corners of her mouth. Her smile made the whole world pale. At this moment, the old man was about to speak. However, a sword suddenly disappeared into his mouth. In the distance, the woman in the plain dress looked at the fish tank. Don't disturb me. I'm looking at my brother. The old man. Chapter 1848. The plain-dressed woman watched for a long time before speaking. She turned to look at the disbelieving old man. She opened her palm and pressed it down lightly. Bang! In an instant, the space around the old man twisted and became illusory. Gradually, the old man turned into a huge old man. From the outside, he looked no different from a human. However, he was more than 3 times bigger than a human. Not only that, his body was covered in a layer of white light. At first glance, he looked like a man made of light. This was the old man's real body. The plain-dressed woman sized up the old man. What is this? So ugly. The old man roared, lowly human, you are all created by us, the God clan. How dare you? The plain-dressed woman waved her sleeve. A ray of sword light pierced the old man's forehead. Bang! The layer of light on the old man's body shattered and only an illusory soul remained. The old man's expression froze and his eyes were filled with fear. You. How could you hurt me? The plain-dressed woman said. You created humans. The old man stared at the plain-dressed woman. At this moment, he finally became clear-headed. The human before him was different. At this moment, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly spread from afar. Seeing this, the old man's expression became ferocious. Lord Wu Wei is here. Woman, you are finished. You. The plain-dressed woman suddenly drew her sword and slashed. Chi. In the distance, a bloody head flew out. Instant kill. Seeing this, the old man was dumbfounded. Instant kill? The plain-dressed woman looked around and shook her head. A trace of disappointment flashed in her eyes. Are the so-called God clan that created humans so weak? As she spoke, she looked at the old man in confusion. Didn't you create humans? Why are you so weak? The old man's expression was extremely ugly. Lowly human, if you want to kill me, then kill me. Don't insult me. The God clan is not something that lowly humans like you can insult. You. The plain-dressed woman shook her head. I won't kill you. As she spoke, she walked away. After taking 2 steps, she turned to look at the old man. Because you are too weak to die under my sword. Puff. The old man spat out a mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, the woman in a plain dress had already vanished at the end of the horizon. The old man's expression was unsightly to the extreme. How could this human be so strong? At that moment, a middle-aged man appeared in front of the elder. The middle-aged man wore a silver crown on his head. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, the old man hastily said, Lord Pingyang. The middle-aged man frowned slightly. A human broke through the restrictions we set up? The old man hurriedly nodded. Yes. Pingyang Lord sized up the old man. You're not his match? The old man's face turned ugly. I'm not her match. Hearing this, Pingyang Jun's frown deepened. A hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. How is this possible? Even if a human from the lower realm cultivates to the extreme, he would not be able to harm the divine humans. How could a human harm you? The old man said in a deep voice, That's also what I'm curious about, but her sword can indeed kill me. With that said, he looked at Lord Pingyang. Lord Pingyang, what should we do now? Lord Pingyang slowly closed his eyes. I thought that everything was under our control. I didn't expect that some humans had already escaped our control. The old man nodded. That woman is very strong. Lord Pingyang suddenly said, Where did she go? The old man pointed into the distance. Over there. Lord Pingyang looked in the direction the old man was pointing, his eyes cold. We can't let this person live, and we can't let her come into contact with the divine human's divine Tao civilization. With that said, he turned his head. Pass down the order to capture this woman. I want her alive. Only a living person has research value. A voice rang out in the dark. Yes, sir. Lord Pingyang looked into the distance and smiled. I want to see how strong this woman who escaped our restrictions is. However, since she could escape our restrictions, it proves that she's extraordinary. She has high research value. We must capture her alive. With that said, he disappeared on the spot. North Pole Star Region. Jingji had also broken through. As for what realm, she did not know. In any case, he had broken through. After Jingji and Xiaofan broke through, they could leave the current universe's spacetime at will. However, they did not dare stay in the current universe's spacetime for too long. There was a very scary and mysterious power in the current universe's spacetime. It was the power that Yi Xian had seen. Even now, they were extremely fearful of that mysterious power. Xiaofan suddenly said, I can feel that stone door. Jingji said, Me too. The two women could feel that stone door. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. I can't feel it. Xiaofan looked at Yi Xian. I'll wait for you. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, that stone gate should be outside the universe. Xiaofan nodded. It should be. Yi Xian suddenly looked around and shook his head with a smile. He did not expect that the ancient demons and the very ones would be finished. He was ready to fight to the death. He did not expect that the ancient life and the very one water would come to find his father. What was even more unexpected was that they had actually managed to get his father to come over. They were wiped out. What the hell? Jingji suddenly said, "What do you plan to do next?" Yi Xian smiled. "Of course, I'm going to go outside the current universe to see. But before that, I have to take care of things around me." Jingji nodded. "Then I'll wait for you." Yi Xian blinked. "Wait for me?" Jingji smiled. "I feel very safe when I'm with you, young Master Yi." Yi Xian was speechless. Jingji looked at Xiaofan. "If you want to fight, I'll be waiting." After that, she turned and left. Yi Xian looked at Xiaofan, but Xiaofan did not speak. Yi Xian smiled. "Come with me." Xiaofan nodded. "Okay." Yi Xian left with Xiaofan. Fan Duo, who was sitting cross-legged in the clouds, suddenly raised her head. At this moment, Yi Xian and Xiaofan appeared in front of her. Fan Duo was about to speak when she suddenly looked at Xiaofan and frowned. "You." Yi Xian smiled. "Xiaofan has broken through her limits and attained the soul realm." Fan Duo's expression instantly changed when she heard this. "Really?" Xiaofan nodded. Yi Xian looked at Xiaofan. "Xiaofan, can you give her some guidance?" Xiaofan thought for a moment and said, "The reason I was able to break through was because your father forcefully broke through some sort of seal. I don't know exactly what that seal was, but I'm able to sense the seal within her body. But I can't break it." Yi Xian frowned. "Seal?" Xiaofan nodded. "It seems like everyone has it." "No." As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian. "You don't seem to have it within you." Yi Xian glanced at his own body. "I don't have it within me." Xiaofan nodded slightly. "I can't sense it." Yi Xian said solemnly, "What kind of seal is it?" Xiaofan shook her head. "I don't know. I can sense it, but I can't break it." "But..." At this point, she wanted to say something but hesitated. Yi Xian smiled. "Is there something you can't say?" Xiaofan said solemnly, "I can share my experience with her, but if no one can break the seal within her, then even if she reaches her limits, it will be difficult for her to reach the next level. At most, she can only reach the level of Tai Water." Tai Water. This person hadn't truly attained the soul realm. However, she was able to jump out of this universe for a short period of time, and that was already very terrifying. Yi Xian thought for a moment and then looked at Fan Duo. "Then you should learn from Xiaofan first. In the future, I'll ask Qing, or Dad to help you break the seal within you. What do you think?" Fan Duo smiled. "Thank you." Xiaofan suddenly said, "Do you want to try using the Azure Sword?" "The Azure Sword?" Yi Xian frowned. He looked at the Azure Sword in his hand. "Can I?" Xiaofan said, "You can try. Because this sword of yours is very unusual." Yi Xian said solemnly, "But I can't sense the seal within her." Xiaofan said, "I'll help you." As she spoke, she opened her right hand and pressed it lightly towards Fan Duo. This pressure caused Fan Duo's body to tremble, and then a blurry black mark appeared above her head. Xiaofan looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian drew his sword and slashed. Bang! A ray of sword light slashed the black mark. Under their gazes, the black mark trembled violently before shattering. "It really can." All three of them were stunned. Xiaofan looked at Yi Xian. "Your sword is amazing." Yi Xian. Fan Duo said solemnly, "But I can't sense any changes." Xiaofan said, "Cultivate with me. It won't take long for us to escape this expanse of space." Fan Duo bowed slightly. "Thank you." Xiaofan gazed at Yi Xian. "I'll take her to Xiao Ta." Yi Xian nodded. "All right." Suddenly, a woman walked over from afar. "Me too." It was Ce. Ce walked over to Yi Xian. "Me too." Yi Xian was speechless. A short while later, Ce and Fan Duo entered Xiao Ta to cultivate. In the field, Yi Xian looked at the Qingxian sword in his hand. Could he create a lot of super powerhouses? The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly when he thought up to this point. After all, he lacked experts the most right now. With the Azure Sword, he could raise the upper limits of countless experts. As if he'd thought of something, Yi Xian suddenly vanished on the spot, and he was in Pine Prefecture when he appeared again. After being busy for so long, it was time for him to get down to business. He was getting tired of fighting and killing every single day. It was better to hurry up and give birth to a child. Yi Xian arrived at the imperial palace. Tuoba Yen, who was busy, suddenly raised her head. She was overjoyed when she saw Yi Xian, and she was about to stand up. However, Yi Xian had started to take off his clothes. Tuoba Yen was speechless. Chapter 1849. Without the threat of the ancient demons and the very ones, Yi Xian felt a sense of relief. In the following days, he spent every day and night in the imperial palace, enjoying the indescribable pleasures. Of course, he did not forget to cultivate. His current goal was to rely on his own ability to jump out of this current universe's spacetime, not by cheating. In fact, he knew that he was lucky this time. If Tai Yisheng Shui and Gu Ming had not gone to find his father, he would still be in a bad situation. After all, he, Xiaofan, and Jingji could not kill Tai Yisheng Shui and Gu Ming. Even with the Qingxian sword, his current power was only equivalent to a peak divine soul realm elite. And now, compared to Jingji and Xiaofan, the gap was even bigger. His goal now was to reach the divine persona stage. Create a divine persona. Inside Xiao Ta, Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground. Under Xiao An's guidance, he began to create a divine persona. Because of Xiao An's guidance, his cultivation was very fast. Xiao An and Zhang Wenxiu also reached the divine physique echelon under Xiao An's guidance. The two women also began to create a divine persona. The reason why the two women could progress so fast was because of Xiao Ta. 10 years inside was equivalent to 1 day outside. One had to admit that it was too heaven-defying. It should be said that Qing was too heaven-defying. Even Xiaoan did not know how Qing did it. And Small Pagoda itself was even more stupefied. It only knew that it had become stronger. As for how it had become stronger, it did not know. No one knew how Qing did it. In Xiao An's words, the stronger he became, the more terrifying he felt Qing was. Somewhere in an unknown star region, a woman was slowly walking. This woman was the woman in the plain dress. The woman in the plain dress walked slowly, and the space in front of her was very strange, because in some places, the space was folded, and in some places, it was curved. After a few steps, the woman in the plain dress stopped. Not far from her stood a middle-aged man. The god-human. The middle-aged man held a folding fan in his hand that emitted streams of light. There was a kind smile on his face, and he looked very wise and refined. The middle-aged man sized up the woman in a simple dress and said with a smile, "Interesting. I never expected that a human would come here." The woman in the plain dress looked at the middle-aged man and didn't say anything. The middle-aged man said with smile, "My name is Boya, a great divine master of the god race. I'm not here to hurt you, but because I'm curious. This is because when we created humans, we placed a seal on you. This seal will restrict your growth. And now, it seems that you have broken this seal. How did you do it?" The plainly dressed woman raised her hand and slashed with her sword. Chi! A sword pierced through the middle-aged man's forehead. Boya's expression froze. The plain-dressed woman slowly walked in front of Boya. She stared straight at Boya. Celestial race? Human? As she spoke, she shook her head with a trace of disappointment in her eyes. So you're still thinking about your true form? Hearing this, Boya's pupils shrank. What do you mean? The plain-dressed woman looked at Boya. According to your logic, in my eyes, you belong to a lower race and a lower civilization. Do you understand? Boya stared at the plain-dressed woman. You were created by us. What right do you have to say that the celestial race is a lower race? The plain-dressed woman slowly walked into the distance. Any life form has unlimited possibilities. Humans have spiritual intelligence, so humans have unlimited possibilities. As for saying that the celestial race is a lower race, that's because you're still focusing on other races. Celestial race? Humans? Demons? Beasts? In my eyes, there are no races. Everyone is just a type of life form. Life forms are divided into strong and weak. According to your logic, you're all lower life forms in my eyes. Boya's eyes were somewhat blank. After a while, his pupils shrank. You've already surpassed the essence of life. The plain-dressed woman stopped and turned to look at Boya. You don't seem so stupid. But you're wrong again. Boya hurriedly asked. What's wrong? The plain-dressed woman said, You're wrong because you're too stupid. Boya was speechless. The plain-dressed woman continued walking into the distance. Meanwhile, Boya's body had started to slowly become illusory. Boya suddenly said, Then in your opinion, what kind of life form is terrifying? The plain-dressed woman suddenly stopped. She fell silent for a long time before she said, To me, there's nothing to be afraid of because I'm invincible. Boya ridiculed. Invincible? In this world, no one can be truly invincible. Even the ancestor of the celestial race who created the human race doesn't dare say that he's invincible. What makes you think that you're invincible? The woman in a simple dress spread open her right hand, and then she spun it lightly. In an instant, the space beneath her palm suddenly started trembling, and then countless mysterious substances converged together. In next to no time, a person had condensed into form under Boya's terrified gaze. It wasn't a human. It was a living celestial god. Moreover, it looked exactly like Boya. Most importantly, it was alive. It wasn't a puppet or some secret technique. Boya stared at the plain-dressed woman as if he was looking at a ghost. The plain-dressed woman said, Is it difficult to create a race of life? It's not difficult. So long as you can understand the essence of life, then creating a life form is a very simple matter. As she spoke, she glanced at Boya. If I want to, I can create a life form that's thousands of times stronger than the celestial race. Boya seemed as if he'd lost his soul. The plain-dressed woman waved her right hand lightly, and the person she'd created was directly erased. Creating life forms goes against ethics. I don't recommend it. As she spoke, she slowly closed her eyes. I've spoken too much today. Do you know why I've spoken so much? Because. At this point, she suddenly looked at Boya with an icy cold expression. Because all of you have disappointed me. Why are all of you so weak? So weak that I don't even have the desire to kill all of you. Boya, the plain-dressed woman suddenly opened her palm. There was a small wooden figure in her hand that looked exactly like Yi Xian. Looking at the wooden figure in her hand, the plain-dressed woman smiled. All of you should thank my big brother. Because if it wasn't for him, I would destroy everything I see. Boya's voice trembled. Why? The plain-dressed woman said, Because you're too weak. I find it annoying. As she spoke, she'd already disappeared nearby. She was very indifferent to life because she'd already surpassed the essence of life. However, she also felt that life was very interesting. Because of Yi Xian. Because of Yi Xian's existence, she felt that life was interesting. Behind the plain-dressed woman, Boya became more and more illusory. His eyes were filled with confusion. The plain-dressed woman had overturned his understanding. In next to no time, Boya vanished on the spot. Completely disappeared. It didn't take long for an old man from the God clan to appear here, and he just stared at the spot where Boya had fallen. He was too late. The old man slowly closed his eyes. He was aware of Boya's strength. However, he didn't expect that the human could even kill Boya, and erase him at that. Just how strong was that human woman? At this moment, a celestial race woman suddenly appeared. The woman wore a white robe. Her features were picturesque and she held an ancient book in her hand. The old man said softly, "That human strength is abnormal." The woman said indifferently, "I've told you long ago that keeping humans in captivity, in the words of the human race, is like raising a tiger. Now, there are people who can jump out of the rules we set. In the future, there will be more and more humans who will jump out of the rules we set." As she spoke, she looked at the old man. "Patriarch, we should take advantage of the fact that the human race hasn't completely risen to power. We should directly wipe them out, lest they become a disaster for our celestial race." The old man was the patriarch of the celestial race, Mo Yen. After a long silence, Mo Yen said softly, "If we directly wipe them out, our celestial race will lose a lot of faith power." Humans cultivated the cultivation method given to them by the celestial race. However, they didn't know that all cultivators would produce faith power, and this faith power would eventually be fed back to the celestial race. Simply put, it was like humans rearing animals. After reaching a certain level, humans would eat these animals. At this moment, the woman suddenly said, "But as you can see, some humans can already jump out of the rules we set. This means that humans have grown to a certain level. If we allow them to continue to grow, it will become a disaster in the end. If we don't wipe them out while they are still weak, I'm afraid that once they grow in the future, they will become like that woman just now." Hearing this, Mo Yan's face darkened. Even Boya was killed. This meant that the human woman's strength had reached a very terrifying level. She might be just a little weaker than them. Once she came into contact with the celestial race's god civilization, she might become even stronger. Thinking of this, Mo Yan's eyes became cold. He looked at the woman and said, "Yi Yen, I'll leave this matter to you. Wipe out the human race." As Yi Yen had said, someone had already jumped out of the rules they set. This meant that there might be more people jumping out of the rules in the future. Once too many human experts jumped out of the rules, it would be a certain threat to the celestial race. They had to be on guard. Yi Yen smiled and said, "All right. But how do you plan to deal with that woman?" Mo Yen looked into the distance. After looking for a long time, he said, "I can't feel her aura anymore. She must have used some special method to hide herself." Saying this, he turned to the side and said, "Search for this person with all your strength. If you find her, don't kill her. I want her alive." At the side, a voice sounded quietly. "Understood." Chapter 1850. After Yi Yen left the God clan, she arrived at an unknown galaxy. She just arrived when an old man suddenly appeared in front of her. The old man bowed respectfully, "Greetings, God." Yi Yen spoke indifferently, "Annihilate the humans." "Annihilate the humans?" The old man was stunned. Yi Yen smiled, "Didn't you hear me?" The old man hurriedly said, "I heard." "God of Yi Yen, may I ask why you suddenly want to annihilate the humans?" Yi Yen walked over to the old man and stared at him, "Don't ask so many questions. Gather everyone here right now." The old man was shocked, and he didn't dare ask any further questions. He bowed respectfully before turning around and leaving. It didn't take long for a few dozen human experts to appear in front of Yi Yan. These humans had been raised by the God clan to manage the humans. The Divine Gate. Using humans to manage humans. At this moment, all the human experts of the Divine Gate were gathered in front of Yi Yan, and all of them were extremely respectful. Yi Yan glanced at them and said, "The God clan has decided to annihilate all humans. Of course, all of you are excluded. Because all of you have been loyal to the God clan, and we won't abandon all of you. I'll leave the task of annihilating the humans to all of you. Once it's done, all of you will follow me back to the God clan and come into contact with an even more powerful civilization. Annihilate the humans." All the human experts in the surroundings were stunned. Why are we suddenly annihilating the humans? Yi Yan glanced at them again and smiled. Is there a problem? One of the human experts bowed respectfully. My God, why are we suddenly annihilating? Yi Yan suddenly waved her right hand. Bang! The human expert who'd spoken was instantly obliterated. The remaining human experts were horrified when they witnessed this scene. Yi Yan smiled. Do whatever I tell you to do. Don't ask why. Understand? The other human experts hurriedly replied, yes. Yi Yan said, you can begin now. As for how to annihilate all the humans in the universe, think about it yourselves. I'll return in a month. I hope all humans will be completely annihilated by then. She turned around and left once she finished speaking. The human experts glanced at each other. Meanwhile, one of them suddenly looked at the old man who led the group. Elder Zhang, why did the God clan suddenly annihilate the humans? Elder Zhang shook his head. I don't know. The man frowned. Even Elder Zhang doesn't know? Elder Zhang said softly, do you still remember the swordsman who forced us to cast a soul for a human woman? Everyone nodded. They had a deep impression of that swordsman. That day, he broke through the stone door with a single sword strike and almost killed Elder Zhang. A complicated look flashed in Elder Zhang's eyes. Among the humans, there are some who have broken the rules set by the Divine Clan. Because of this, the Divine Clan feels a little uneasy. Therefore, they want to destroy the humans they created. Some of the human powerhouses were puzzled. How did the green-robed swordsman escape their rules? Everyone looked at Elder Zhang. This was also what they were very confused about. Old Zhang shook his head. But what was certain was that someone had already jumped out. And if one person jumped out, it meant that many people could also jump out. So, the divine humans can't sit still anymore. A human powerhouse said in a deep voice, Elder Zhang, do we really want to destroy the humans? Elder Zhang said indifferently, if we don't destroy the humans, the Divine Clan will destroy us. Everyone was silent. Rebel against the Divine Clan? That was simply impossible. In front of the Divine Clan, they were just like ants. Thinking of this, the human powerhouses sighed in their hearts. After cultivating for so many years, they also wanted to jump out of that circle. But no one could do it. Even Elder Zhang and Yi couldn't completely jump out. And they could reach this point today because of the Divine Clan's permission. Otherwise, they would at most be at the Divine Soul Realm. They relied on the Divine Clan to survive. At this time, Elder Zhang suddenly said, destroy. The rest of the humans, this chapter is not finished, please continue to the next page. The powerhouses were silent. Obviously, they agreed. In fact, they had no other choice. Either destroy the humans or be destroyed by the Divine Clan. Elder Zhang suddenly said, let's go. With that, he turned and left. Everyone else followed closely behind. Inside Xiao Ta's room. At this moment, Yi Xian was still forming his divine core. Because of Xiao An's guidance, everything was going smoothly. Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground. At this moment, his body was undergoing a subtle change. Divine Core. At this moment, he was condensing his divine core. Once his divine core was formed, his strength would undergo a tremendous change. Most importantly, he might be able to open the Sword Dao seal left behind by his father and big brother. That was the main point. 3 years later. Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes. Bang! A powerful aura swept out from his body, and the space around him boiled. Yi Xian pressed down lightly with his right hand, and the powerful aura instantly vanished without a trace. At the side, Xiaofan sized up Yi Xian and said, "It's done." Yi Xian nodded. After years of bitter cultivation, he had finally condensed his divine core. At this moment, his body trembled slightly, and a sword howl resounded. Yi Xian was overjoyed. The Sword Dao seal had been activated. Yi Xian first looked at the Sword Dao seal left behind by his father. Just as he expected, this seal was the second part of the sword domain. The second part was called Core Sword Domain. It was also called Core Sword Domain. It could crush everything in Core Sword Domain. Main attack. Yi Xian couldn't wait to start cultivating. The more he cultivated, the more excited he became. Because he noticed that this Core Sword Domain wasn't just ordinarily terrifying. It was simply an extraordinary killer move. However, it consumed quite a lot of energy right now. However, its lethality was extremely great as well. In the following period of time, Yi Xian started to cultivate the Core Sword Domain like a madman. Besides that, he also strengthened his life and death draw and head snatch. After he reached the Divine Spark realm, his overall strength had also greatly increased. A few months later, Jingji suddenly arrived at Xiaota. Jingji gazed at Yi Xian and Xiaofan with an extremely solemn expression. Something big has happened. Yi Xian frowned slightly. What's the matter? Jingji said solemnly, the spirit qi in the entire divine ancient star field has begun to dry up. Not only that, but countless dead spirits qi has appeared in the world for some unknown reason. The entire ancient divine world is rapidly dying. Not only the entire ancient divine world, but other places are also experiencing the same situation. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. Other places? With that, his expression changed greatly and he left Xiaota. When he arrived at Qingzhou, his expression instantly darkened. The spirit qi in the entire Qingzhou was also rapidly drying up. Countless terrifying dead spirits qi spread between the heavens and earth. These dead spirits qi were frantically corroding the entire world. Yi Xian directly arrived at Tuoba Yan's palace. With a wave of his right hand, the dead spirits qi that was spreading towards the palace was instantly crushed. However, the next moment, countless more dead spirits qi appeared in the sky. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian couldn't help but frown. At this moment, Xiaofan and Jingji appeared beside him. Yi Xian said solemnly, "Where did this dead spirit's qi come from?" Jingji shook his head. "I don't know. In any case, this dead spirit's qi has appeared in the entire universe." Yi Xian looked at Jingji. "The entire universe?" Jingji nodded. "The entire universe." Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. It shouldn't be the work of the current experts in this universe. It should be done by someone outside. Jingji knew. Someone outside wants to destroy this universe. Yi Xian opened his eyes. Who could it be? Jingji shook his head. "I don't know. The situation is very serious. If we don't stop this dead spirit's qi, it will destroy the entire universe." Yi Xian looked at the dead spirit's qi and drew his sword to slash. Qi. A sword beam tore through the sky. In an instant, the dead spirit's qi in the entire sky was directly wiped out. However, after a while, countless dead spirits' qi appeared again. Yi Xian directly flew out of this space. This chapter is not over. Please continue. There was a spacetime in the universe. When he arrived at another unknown spacetime, his face instantly darkened. This unknown spacetime was filled with endless dead spirits' qi, and the dead spirits' qi in the current universe had seeped through this spacetime. Meanwhile, Xiaofan and Jingji appeared by his side. Their faces sank when they saw the dead spirits' qi in this spacetime. Someone really wants to destroy the current universe. Who is it? Jingji looked at Yi Xian. What should we do? Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, of course, we have to stop it. If they didn't stop it, then the dead spirits' qi wouldn't just destroy Azure Prefecture, it would also destroy the 5th dimension and the 9th dimension. It was coming for this universe. Jingji suddenly said, we have to deal with the dead spirits' qi at its source. Otherwise, it will be endless. Yi Xian looked up into the depths of the starry sky. Can't both of you sense that stone door? Jingji nodded. Yi Xian said, can you make it come out? Jingji was about to speak when a huge vortex suddenly appeared in the depths of the starry sky, and then a stone door slowly condensed. At the same time, an old man walked out from the stone door. This old man was Elder Zhang. Elder Zhang looked down at Yi Xian and the others and didn't speak. Jingji suddenly said, you want to destroy that universe? Elder Zhang said indifferently, yes. Jingji was slightly puzzled. Why? Elder Zhang said, there's no need to explain to you. Jingji's face sank when she heard this, and she looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian fell silent for a moment before he said, there has to be a reason to destroy a universe, right? A reason? Elder Zhang looked at Yi Xian. Humans are weak, so they deserve to die. Is this reason enough? Yi Xian frowned when he heard this. Elder Zhang said, don't struggle pointlessly. This is the fate of all humans. As he spoke, his body gradually became illusory. At the same time, countless specks of necromancy energy started to spread out towards the universe outside. Yi Xian's expression became ferocious when he saw this. At this moment, he thought of something. Something that happened when he was young with Qing Er. Why did he die in that cave all those years ago? It was because Tendo wanted to destroy the world. But why did Tendo want to destroy the world? Because all living beings were like ants in the eyes of Tendo. If you're weak, then who else should I bully? Being weak is wrong, and being weak is a sin. Just like at this moment, these people want to destroy the entire human race, and the reason is that humans are weak, so they deserve to die. How unfair is this world? When he thought of this, Yi Xian was stunned. At this moment, he seemed to see the helpless and despairing gazes of countless people, just like how he and Qing Er looked in that cave all those years ago. His heart. What was his heart all those years ago? He wanted Qing Er to become stronger, then kill Tendo and help the weak. Because he and Qing Er used to be very weak. If someone had stood up against Tendo back then, he and Qing would not have ended up like that. But now, he only thought of himself, his family and friends. Was he wrong? He was not wrong. He really did not have the obligation to save the world. He could bring all his family and friends into Xiao Ta's body, and then let the universe be destroyed. But if that was the case, how many people would be as helpless and despairing as he and Qing had been in the past? Back then, he and Qing had hoped so much that someone would stand up against Tendo, but there was no one. When he thought of this, Yi Xian took a step forward and directly displayed his sword domain. With the help of the Qingxian sword, his sword domain directly enveloped this unknown spacetime, and the necromancy energy was temporarily suppressed by his sword domain. Almost instantly, his face turned as pale as a sheet. Protect. Invincible sword domain. He did not know if he could save this current universe, but he only wanted to help this current universe, and fight for this current universe with countless living beings. End of this chapter. Chapter 1851. The sword domain enveloped this unknown expanse of space and suppressed the necro energy. However, there was truly too much of it. It wasn't something he could endure right now. He would be dead by now if it wasn't for the green profound sword. The might of the green profound sword had sustained his sword domain and soul. Elder Zhang's eyes narrowed, and he was quite shocked. He hadn't expected that the young man before him would actually be able to suppress the necro energy. As far as he was concerned, it was utterly impossible. As if he'd thought of something, he suddenly gazed at the green profound sword in Yi Xian's hand. When he saw the azure profound sword, his brows furrowed. This sword made him feel somewhat uneasy. Meanwhile, an old man appeared in front of Elder Zhang, and he gazed at Yi Xian. Elder Zhang, this young man isn't simple at all. Elder Zhang nodded. That sword in his hand is even more extraordinary. The old man spoke in a low voice. He can't be allowed to suppress the necro energy. Elder Zhang nodded, and then he slowly pressed his right hand down, causing a powerful force to sweep towards Yi Xian. Meanwhile, Xiaofan suddenly appeared above Yi Xian, and then she raised her hands. In an instant, a golden shield appeared above her. Rumble. The golden round shield trembled violently, and then it cracked. Xiaofan plummeted straight down. Elder Zhang gazed at Xiaofan. It's you. He naturally recognized Xiaofan because it was they who'd helped her refine her radiant soul. Xiaofan wiped off the blood on the corner of her mouth, and then she looked up at Elder Zhang. Elder Zhang spoke in a low voice. Young miss, if you're willing, then you can join my divine door. If you're willing, then you can be spared from death. Xiaofan had the qualifications to join the divine door. Moreover, the mysterious green-clothed swordsman was standing behind Xiaofan, and that was something he was quite fearful of. Xiaofan shook her head when she heard Elder Zhang, and then she glanced at Yi Xian. I'll go with him. Go with him. Hearing this, Elder Zhang furrowed his brows. Going against the God clan will only lead to death. Xiaofan replied, it's fine. Elder Zhang shook his head. Kill him. Even though he was afraid of the man in green, he was even more afraid of the God tribe. Compared to the God race, the green-robed man was just a slightly stronger human. What was he worth? Hearing old man Zhang's words, a few super experts suddenly flew out from the stone door and headed straight for Xiaofan. Xiaofan looked at the super experts charging at her with a calm expression. She slowly clenched her right hand, and in the next moment, she suddenly turned into a beam of golden light and shot into the sky. Rumble. As the golden light shattered, Xiaofan fell straight from the sky. In front of the stone door, old Zhang looked at the falling Xiaofan and said indifferently, you have only just reached the bright soul stage, you are not our match. I will now give you one last chance. If you are willing to enter my divine gate, I can spare your life. Down below, Xiaofan wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Her body had already split open. His injuries were severe. Xiaofan shook his head. Again. She was about to launch another attack. However, at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, wait. Xiaofan looked at Yi Xian, and Yi Xian grinned. His smile was slightly pale. I want to protect this universe. How can I drag you down? Xiaofan looked at Yi Xian. You protect this universe, and I will protect you. Yi Xian was stunned, and then he smiled. We both have to live well. Live? In the sky, Elder Zhang suddenly spoke indifferently. Young man, you are indeed extraordinary to be able to utilize the sword domain to suppress the necromancy energy. But do you know what you are facing? You won't know. Yi Xian suddenly looked at Xiaofan and smiled. They all say that I am the second generation. Xiaofan, this chapter is not finished. Please continue to the next page. Xiaofan replied with a question, aren't you? Yi Xian's face darkened, give me some face. Xiaofan nodded, I take back what I said. Yi Xian was speechless. In front of the stone door, Elder Zhang looked at Yi Xian, it sounds like you are going to call for help. Yi Xian smiled, of course. As he spoke, he gazed at the green profound sword in his hand and spoke softly, Qing, I want to save this universe. Help me. Yi Xian wasn't a pedantic person. Save the universe? He wanted to. But he didn't have the ability. Since he didn't have the ability, he naturally wouldn't force it. Moreover, he would even bring his woman along. He wasn't an idiot. In the sky, Elder Zhang looked at Yi Xian, I'll be waiting. In an unknown star region, a woman in a plain dress suddenly stopped. She fell silent for a moment before she said, all right. As she spoke, she pressed her fingers together. The green profound sword in Yi Xian's hand suddenly shot into the sky. Qi. In an instant, the dead spirit's aura around Yi Xian was cut into pieces by the green profound sword. With one strike, all the dead spirit's aura was gone. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. Qing, could really hear him? In fact, he was just testing it out. He didn't expect Qing, could really hear him. Qing had been watching him all this time. Thinking of this, Yi Xian felt a warm current in his heart. In the sky, Elder Zhang and the others were completely dumbfounded. Gone? With one strike, all the dead spirit's aura was gone. As if thinking of something, Elder Zhang looked at Yi Xian and stared at Yi Xian, who the hell are you? Yi Xian looked at Elder Zhang, the divine race's ancestor. Bullshit. Elder Zhang said angrily, you're a human, how can you be the divine race's ancestor? Who are you trying to fool? Yi Xian said indifferently, then who do you think I am? Mr. Zhang stared at Yi Xian. At this moment, he was panicking. That strike just now was not from Yi Xian, it was from someone secretly controlling it. But he couldn't feel anything. What did this mean? It meant that the person who did it was far stronger than him. Was it a human or a divine race? Or the green-robed man? The green-robed man. At this thought, Elder Zhang was sure. Only that human man had this kind of strength. Elder Zhang looked around, his eyes filled with fear. That day, his soul was almost destroyed by the green-robed man. Elder Zhang looked coldly at Yi Xian, let's go. Then he and the others turned and entered the stone door. The stone door closed. Below, Yi Xian looked at the green profound sword. At this moment, the green profound sword trembled slightly and landed in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian held the green profound sword in silence. In another unknown starfield, the woman in a plain dress continued walking into the distance. Save the universe? She really had no interest in that. Perhaps in the beginning, she might have. But she didn't. The reason she did it was because of Yi Xian. Similarly, if Yi Xian needed it, he could just say the word, and she would destroy the entire universe. To her, life was just a formality, a dispensable formality. Of course, except for Yi Xian. This chapter is not finished, please continue to the next page. At this moment, the woman in the plain dress suddenly stopped. She looked into the distance and saw a woman standing there. When the woman saw the woman in a plain dress, she was slightly stunned, and then she smiled, what a coincidence. The woman in a plain dress nodded slightly as a greeting. The woman in front of her was none other than Mu Niannian. Mu Niannian smiled, I snuck up here. But you probably forced your way up here, right? The woman in a plain dress nodded. Mu Niannian said, how is he? The woman in a plain dress gazed at Mu Niannian, I'm a little busy. Obviously, she didn't want to talk anymore. If it wasn't for Mu Niannian, she wouldn't have said a word. She would still give Mu Niannian some face. Mu Niannian smiled, "I won't disturb you anymore." The woman in a plain dress nodded slightly, and then she walked off into the distance. But she stopped after a few steps, and then she said, "You probably want to ask me something. Go ahead." Mu Niannian said, "The god race created humans. In other words, they've grasped the essence of life, right?" The woman in a plain dress nodded, "Yes." Mu Niannian spoke in a low voice, "I've been researching the essence of life recently, but I've noticed some problems. The essence of life is made up of matter, but where does that matter come from? In other words, what was the beginning of life? For example, the first living thing. The origin of life. That was what she'd been researching recently." The woman glanced at Mu Niannian, and then she opened her palm. There was a drop of water there, and it gradually froze into ice. But it didn't take long for the ice to transform into a drop of water. Mu Niannian remained silent for a long time, and then she said, "I understand." The woman in a plain dress nodded slightly, "Smart." Mu Niannian had a slightly complicated expression on her face. The woman walked off into the distance. Meanwhile, Mu Niannian said, "One last question." The woman gazed at Mu Niannian. Mu Niannian opened her palm, and an ancient book appeared there. She didn't ask, and she just looked at the woman because she knew that the woman in a plain dress knew what she meant. The woman in a plain dress fell silent for a short while, and then she said, "You're very outstanding, but there are some things that you have to pretend you don't know. Because you'll vanish with a single thought. Understand?" Mu Niannian spoke in a low voice, "I know. But is there any meaning to our lives?" The woman nodded, "There is. Moreover." Then, she sneered, "Some people think that he's a chess player, but they don't know that he's just a chess piece." Then, she glanced at the ancient book in Mu Niannian's hand, "Do you understand?" Mu Niannian didn't say anything. The woman in a plain dress turned and walked away. This universe is just a cycle, and the so-called Tao is just a cycle. A person who draws circles for others doesn't know that he's also in someone else's circle. In short, I'm invincible. Mu Niannian looked at the woman in a plain dress disappearing into the distance, and her expression was complicated. What a terrifying woman. Such a deep mind was rarely seen in history. After a while, Mu Niannian put away the ancient book, smiled, and turned to leave. Somewhere in a stone hall, Old Zhang stood respectfully in front of Yi Yan. Yi Yan looked at Old Zhang. "You said it was the green-robed man?" Old Zhang said in a low voice, "It should be him. He's very strong, and I'm afraid I'm no match for him." Yi Yan said indifferently, "Leave this person to the divine race." Then, she got up, and the next moment, she had returned to the divine race. After a while, the divine race began to list the green-robed man as wanted. End of this chapter. Chapter 1852. The God Clan. In the middle of a starfield, there was a tower that was thousands of feet tall. The Tower of Gods. The Tower of Gods had a total of 1,000 levels, and every single level represented a world. Just this single pagoda contained over 1,000 worlds within it. Moreover, there were countless spatial passageways around the pagoda, and endless energy of faith and pure spirit energy flowed ceaselessly through these spatial passageways into the various levels of the pagoda. The top-rate experts of the God Clan were gathered within a hall. Mo Yen, who sat at the seat of the host, glanced at them, and then he said, "I know that 2 of them have broken through the rules we set. The first is that woman in a plain dress. She killed Boya, and it proves that her strength has exceeded the limits of humans and even surpassed some of our gods. The second is that man in green clothes. His strength is unknown, but he shouldn't be too weak." Hearing this, all the gods in the hall furrowed their brows. Humans were created by the gods. Every single human had a seal placed on them since birth. It wasn't just humans, even the entire universe had a seal and restriction. Without the help of the God clan, the soul realm was the limit of humans. Yet now, someone had actually broken through this limit without relying on the God clan. Suddenly, a woman smiled and said, "I think it might not be a bad thing." All the gods gazed at her when they heard this. The person who spoke was Yen Ji, and he was a grand instructor of the God clan's God Institute. Yen Ji smiled, "I know what all of you are worried about, but have all of you thought about why they were able to break through the rules we set?" All the gods frowned when they heard this. Right. Why were they able to break through the rules we set? That's not normal. Yen Ji continued, "Since they were able to break through our rules, it means that they've grasped another path of cultivation, a path that even we don't know about." The corners of her mouth curled up slightly as she spoke, "So, as far as I'm concerned, it isn't a bad thing, and it's actually a good thing. It's an extremely good thing because it means that we might be able to establish a new path of cultivation." Mo Yen said, "Both of them really do possess extremely high research value." Yen Ji hurriedly said, "Patriarch, they must be kept alive. Only when they're alive would they have research value." Mo Yen was about to speak when an extremely old man spoke abruptly, "I'm slightly uneasy." Hearing this, everyone looked at the old man. This elder's name was Yen Zhu, and he was the great elder of the divine human race. Mo Yen smiled and said, "Elder Yen Zhu, please speak." Yen Zhu said, "At present, I don't even know the specific situation of these two people. Their strength is also just our conjecture. Has anyone thought about what if their strength is different from what we have guessed, or even much stronger than what we have guessed?" Yen Ji smiled and said, "What Grand Elder means is that those two humans are stronger than all of us here." Yen Zhu looked at Yen Ji. "Why isn't it possible? Nothing is absolute." Yen Ji shook his head and smiled, "Great Elder, how long has human history been around? How long is the history of the divine human race? Furthermore, humans were created by us. In the food chain of this universe, they belong to the lower races. It's not that I'm looking down on them, but they're just that weak. Even if there are one or two exceptions, they're just slightly stronger ants." The experts of the divine clan nodded in agreement when they heard this. It wasn't that they looked down on the two of them, but in their opinion, it was impossible for a human to stand shoulder to shoulder with the divine race. After all, humans were created by the divine race. Humans surpassing the divine race? All the experts felt it was absurd when they thought up to this point. How could a human that was created by the divine race surpass the divine race? Yen Zhu fell silent. Actually, he didn't think that humans could surpass the divine race. But reason told him that nothing was absolute, and he shouldn't look down on them. Meanwhile, Mo Yen suddenly said, "Instructor Yen Ji is right. Those two do have extremely high research value, so we should capture them alive. However, what Grand Elder said isn't without reason. We can't be careless and underestimate them. Since they were able to escape the rules we set, then they're definitely extraordinary. Moreover, all of you are aware of Boya's strength. Since that woman was able to kill him, it means that her strength has reached at least the 6th rank. The division of realms in the divine domain was different from humans. There were a total of 9 ranks. 9 was the current limit. Even in the divine clan, there were only a few 9th rank experts. Yen Ji suddenly said, "Since that woman has reached the 6th rank, it means that humans can break through their limits and reach the level of our divine clan. Therefore, I think it's time to exterminate them. Moreover, their power of faith is dispensable to us now. After all, we have a new substitute." All the experts nodded when they heard this. In fact, in the last million years, the divine clan didn't care about humans anymore. This was because the god race had already found a new substitute. To the divine race, the power of faith of the human race was really dispensable. Mo Yen suddenly looked at Yi Yen, tell the humans in the gate of God to hurry up. As for the man in green and the woman in the plain dress, our divine clan will deal with them. Yi Yen nodded, I'll arrange it. Mo Yen nodded slightly, the matter with the humans below isn't urgent. Our top priority is to capture the swordsman and the woman in the plain dress. As he spoke, he turned to look at a middle-aged man, Yu Chen, I'll leave the task of capturing them to you. No problem, right? The middle-aged man called Yu Chen nodded slightly, no problem. Mo Yen said, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, I'll allow you to mobilize 6 divine generals. Yu Chen said indifferently, no need. They're just 2 humans. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Mo Yen shook his head, this fellow is still so arrogant. Meanwhile, Yen Ji spoke abruptly, I want to make a trip to the human universe. Mo Yen looked at Yen Ji, the human universe? Yen Ji nodded and smiled, I wasn't interested in them in the past, but now I am. I want to take a few students to the human universe and come into contact with them. Mo Yen thought for a moment and nodded, up to you. Yen Ji turned around and left. It didn't take long for all the experts to disperse. Not long after, Yen Ji brought the 3 God race students to the human universe. But at this moment, they were in human form. Somewhere in the starry sky, Yen Ji looked down and smiled, I've studied humans in the past. As lowly beings, although they're weak, they're very interesting. Because they possess a so-called human nature. A woman in a white dress by Yen Ji's side was slightly curious, Instructor Yen Ji, what is human nature? Yen Ji smiled, Qin Shui, you're making things difficult for me. Because human nature is the most complicated thing about humans, and it can't be explained in a few words. A man by the side said indifferently, Instructor, what's there to study about these ants? Yen Ji glanced at the man and smiled, Ah Mu, although humans are weak, they still have some outstanding aspects. Let's go. With that, she vanished with the 2 of them. Inside the Xiao Ta. Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground with the azure profound sword in front of him. And around him, there was an extremely terrifying power. Sword domain. Sword domain just now. During this period of time, he had been madly cultivating the square sword domain, using the azure profound sword to establish a sword domain. It could destroy everything in the square sword. After the dead spirit chi from before, the current universe was in a state of panic. Although the previous destruction of the world didn't succeed, many people died. Now, the current universe was in a mess. The main reason was that the people's hearts were in chaos. The order of the entire universe collapsed, and the evil side of human nature was completely exposed. At this moment, Jingji suddenly appeared in Yi Xian's Xiao Ta. When he saw the power of the sword domain around Yi Xian, Jingji's expression instantly became incomparably solemn. At this moment, Yi Xian gave him a very dangerous feeling. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly looked at Jingji, what's wrong? Jingji said in a deep voice, the current universe is very chaotic, and many places have lost their original order. Moreover, there are rumors that the end of the world is coming, and the universe is going to be destroyed. Hearing this, Yi Xian frowned. Jingji looked at Yi Xian, are you going to do something about it? She knew that in this universe, only Yi Xian had the strength to do something about it. If Yi Xian didn't do anything, then humans wouldn't even need to wait for the god race to act, as humans would play themselves to death. Most of the time, humans were very united, but most of the time, humans were the most ferocious when they killed each other. Yi Xian shook his head, the universe is too big. How can I do anything about it? How big was the current universe? Manage the entire universe? Even if he wanted to, he didn't have the ability. He didn't have enough manpower. Jingji said in a deep voice, now, there are rumors that the universe is going to end. Many people think that since they are going to die anyway, why not go crazy? Therefore, many places outside, especially those small places, are in chaos. Yi Xian looked at Jingji, what do you think? Jingji knew, if you want to do something, I have a way. If you don't want to do something, then you can only let the chaos outside. Yi Xian didn't say anything. Jingji said again, I think you have to do something. Yi Xian asked, why? Jingji looked at Yi Xian, now is not a problem of human civil strife, but a war between races. The god race wants to destroy us. But now, humans need someone to carry the flag. If no one comes out to carry this flag, the entire human race will be at a loss. As for us humans, we can only let the god race slaughter us. This is the end of humanity. If you want to save the human race, you must stand up and carry the flag. Call on all humans to fight against the divine race. Yi Xian shook his head, I know you're right, but the humans' current strength is not enough to fight against the god clan. Jingji frowned slightly. Why can't we fight against the god race? We have a green-robed man and a plain-dressed woman. I know that you don't want to rely on your father or your sister, but what is the purpose of the god race? Exterminate the entire human race? And they are humans, right? As she said that, she looked at Yi Xian and said seriously, I can testify for you. It was the god-human race that didn't care about martial ethics first. Don't have any other psychological burden. Fight them first. If you can't beat them, make yourself look worse. It's best if you break an arm or a leg. Then, I'll take your severed limbs to inform your father and sister. The effect will definitely be great. Yi Xian was speechless. Chapter 1853. Jingji knew that the plain-dressed woman and the green-robed man might not care about this current universe, but they would definitely care about Yi Xian. If they saw Yi Xian crippled, the two of them would definitely not stand by and do nothing. Especially the woman in the plain dress. At the thought of the woman in the plain dress seeing Yi Xian's severed limbs, she felt very excited. That woman must have slaughtered the entire divine race. Upon hearing Jingji's words, Yi Xian was somewhat speechless. Damn it! This woman was not only scheming against him, but she was also scheming against his father and Qing'er. Too evil. At this moment, Jingji suddenly sighed in a low voice. Come with me to take a look outside. Without waiting for Yi Xian to refuse, she directly grabbed Yi Xian's arm and left Xiaota. The two of them immediately appeared in the divine ancient star field. Under Jingji's lead, the two of them came to a small city. As soon as they entered the city, Yi Xian furrowed his brows. Inside the city, there were endless screams. Yi Xian glanced around. At this moment, the entire city was in chaos. Burning, killing, raping. The whole city was like hell on earth. As for those weaklings without strength, it was even more tragic to look at. The dark side of human nature was on full display. Beside Yi Xian, Jingji said softly, there are many places like this in the universe. Some powerful people and powerful forces could protect themselves, but who would care about those weaker people? They can only wait to be slaughtered. Yi Xian said nothing. Jing knew. Why did you suppress the dead spirit qi all by yourself? In fact, she was very curious about this point. Based on her understanding of Yi Xian was not a saint, and Yi Xian was not the kind of person who wanted to be a hero. However, at that time, Yi Xian still stood out. Yi Xian said softly, because I thought of me and Qing'er. At that time, she and I were helpless. Jingji looked into the distance and said, what you were in the past is what they are now. As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian. We cannot avoid a battle with the God clan. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Indeed." As he spoke, he opened his palm, and Xiao Ta appeared within it. In the next moment, all the experts of the Sword Alliance appeared here. Yi Xian looked at the leading sword Jew. "From now on, the order of this universe will be maintained by my Sword Alliance. First, send an order to all the realms. Everyone must obey the order set by the Sword Alliance. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will be killed." Sword Jew glanced at Yi Xian. "We might not have enough manpower." Yi Xian said, "Ask the All-Heaven City and the Undying Emperor clan of the nine-dimensional cosmos for help." Then, he looked at Xiao Ta. Supreme Fan Duo and Supreme Feng Yi. The two women appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at the two women. "I need your help." The two of them were very powerful. With the help of these two women, there was still a great chance of restoring the order of this universe. The two women nodded, turned around, and left. Yi Xian looked at Jingji. Jingji said, "The people of the Templar Church will be at your command." Yi Xian nodded. "Have your people assist the Sword Alliance. At the same time, inform the entire human race about the God clan." Hearing this, Jingji frowned slightly. "Won't this cause greater panic?" Yi Xian said, "It has already reached the bottom." Jingji understood when he heard this. If the humans knew that there was a stronger race that wanted to destroy them, what would they do? If no one took the lead, there would definitely be chaos. But what if someone took the lead? Humans killed each other, but at the same time, they were a very united race. Because if they were not united, they would die. Sword Jew and the others immediately left for the realms. Jingji looked at Yi Xian. "What do you plan to do next?" Yi Xian said with a smile, "What else can I plan to do? Of course it's to fight the God clan." Jingji said in a low voice, "We know nothing about the God clan." Yi Xian raised his head and looked into the depths of the starry sky. He said softly, "We will know soon." At this moment, he suddenly frowned. He turned his head and looked into the distance. There were 3 people standing there. 2 women and a man. When he saw the 3 people, Jingji, who was beside Yi Xian, frowned. These 3 people were Yan Ji's group of 3. At this moment, Yan Ji's group of 3 were sizing up Yi Xian. They didn't meet by chance. They had come to look for Yi Xian. Because in this universe, Yi Xian was the most famous. At this moment, Yan Ji suddenly smiled and said, "Young Master Yi, hello. My name is Yan Ji. These 2 beside me are my students. Ah Mu and Qin Shui." Yi Xian nodded slightly. He sized up the 3 of them, and a trace of bewilderment flashed through his eyes. Meanwhile, the green profound sword in his hand suddenly trembled. When he sensed this scene, a trace of vigilance arose in Yi Xian's heart. Yan Ji led the 2 of them to stand before Yi Xian, and then she smiled lightly, "Young Master Yi, can I have a look at the sword in your hand?" Obviously, she'd noticed the green profound sword in Yi Xian's hand. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled, "I'm afraid not." Meanwhile, Amu suddenly spoke coldly, "You don't know how to appreciate favors." As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his sleeve, and a powerful force smashed down towards Yi Xian. He attacked at the slightest disagreement. Yi Xian suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Hiss! A strand of sword light tore through the sky, and Amu's head flew into the air before he could even react. He was instantly killed. He died at the slightest disagreement. The smile on Yan Ji's face froze when he saw this scene. Shock. She hadn't expected that Yi Xian's strength would actually be so terrifying to the point of instantly killing her student with a single strike of his sword. This human isn't as weak as I thought he was. At this moment, she understood a principle as well. The human race as a whole was weaker than the divine race. However, there were top-rate experts amongst the human race, and ordinary divine race experts were unable to go against these top-rate experts. Yan Ji looked at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi killed someone at the slightest disagreement. Isn't that going a bit too far? Yi Xian said with a smile. Who started it? Yan Ji fell silent. Yi Xian continued, Miss Yan Ji, what happened earlier was a misunderstanding. Let's get to know each other again. I'm Yi Xian, the reincarnation of the divine race's ancestor. The expressions of Yan Ji and Qin Shui froze when they heard this. The reincarnation of the divine race's ancestor? Jing Ji's face instantly sank when he noticed the subtle changes in their expressions. These two people are really from the divine race. The reason Yi Xian said those words wasn't because he was bored, but because he wanted to test these two people. But now it seemed like they really were from the divine race. When she thought of this, she glanced at Yi Xian. This man is really scheming. However, Yi Xian's expression didn't change at all, and he still had a smile on his face. Yan Ji looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Young Master Yi is the reincarnation of the divine race's ancestor? Yi Xian nodded, yes. Yan Ji blinked. What proof do you have? Yi Xian smiled. It's fine. If Miss doesn't believe it, then I'm not. In any case, it's fine as long as I believe it myself. Yan Ji was speechless. Qin Shui suddenly said, Young Master Yi, I heard that the divine race wants to annihilate the human race. As the reincarnation of the divine race's ancestor, what do you think about this? Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then sighed. I never thought that my descendants would do such a cruel and inhumane thing. If I had known earlier, I would have castrated myself. The three women were speechless. Yi Xian suddenly looked at Yan Ji and smiled. Miss Yan Ji, what do you think about the divine race annihilating the human race? Yan Ji blinked, and then said, What do you think about humans raising livestock to eat? Yi Xian was silent. Yan Ji smiled. You just said that the divine race annihilating the human race is cruel and inhumane. Then I would like to ask young Master Yi, humans eating livestock and enslaving other living beings, what does that mean? Yi Xian smiled slightly. I am a human. Yan Ji looked at Yi Xian, and the corners of his mouth curled up. So, young Master Yi is a double standard. Humans raising livestock to eat and enslaving other living beings, young Master Yi said that he is a human. But the divine race annihilating the human race, young Master Yi said that it is cruel and inhumane. Saying that, she shook her head and smiled. Young Master Yi, double standard is not good. Yi Xian smiled. It's a matter of strength. Yan Ji smiled and said, Mr. Yi hit the mark. Actually, we don't need to talk about benevolence and morality. In the end, it's a matter of strength. The reason why humans can raise livestock to eat and enslave other living beings is because humans are strong. As for the reason why the divine race wants to annihilate the human race, that's not important. What's important is that the divine race is stronger than humans. What do you think? Yi Xian smiled slightly. Indeed, if we fall behind, we will be beaten. Humans are weak now, so it's normal for them to be beaten. I'm very open about this. A trace of astonishment flashed across Yan Ji and Yan Ji's eyes. I originally thought that young Master Yi still wanted to talk about benevolence and morality with me. Yi Xian laughed. Miss Yan Ji, I'm a little curious. Why do you think the divine race suddenly wants to annihilate the human race? Jing Ji also looked at Yan Ji. She was also very curious. Why did the divine race suddenly want to annihilate the human race? Something must have happened. Yan Ji blinked and smiled. Young Master Yi, I'm not from the divine race, so how would I know why they want to annihilate the human race? Yi Xian smiled. That's true. Yan Ji looked at the sword in Yi Xian's hand. Young Master Yi, can I take a look at this sword? Just take a look. Yi Xian handed the sword to Yan Ji. Yan Ji took the sword, and very quickly, the smile on her face gradually disappeared and was replaced with solemnity. A moment later, Yan Ji looked at Yi Xian, who made this sword? Yi Xian smiled, I made it myself. Yan Ji was stunned, then said, Young Master Yi, do I look like an idiot to you? Yi Xian, Yan Ji looked at the green profound sword again. A moment later, she said in a deep voice, Young Master Yi, the person who made this sword is not simple. As she said that, she glanced at Yi Xian. At this moment, a trace of uneasiness suddenly rose in her heart. Because she couldn't completely see through this sword. Some of the knowledge contained in this sword was something she had never come into contact with before. If it was really made by a human, then this human was too terrifying. Yi Xian suddenly said with a smile, I brought them from the god-human clan. Yan Ji frowned slightly, really? Yi Xian nodded, it was really made by the divine race. Yan Ji stared at Yi Xian in silence. If it was really made by the divine race, then it made sense. However, she still didn't believe it. Yi Xian suddenly said, I can swear on my character that it's not a lie. Swear on my character. Yan Ji hesitated for a moment, then said, that's too serious. I believe in young Master Ye's words. She had studied humans before, so she knew that humans paid great attention to character. Since this human in front of her had sworn on his character, then it should be true. Chapter 1854. Made by the celestial race? Yan Ji fell into deep thought. If it was made by the celestial race, then it meant that someone from the celestial race had come down to help the humans. And it wasn't an ordinary person. Who was it? For a time, countless celestial race experts flashed through Yan Ji's mind. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and the cyan profound sword appeared in his hand. He smiled and said, Miss Yan Ji, I still have something to do, farewell. After saying that, he turned and left. Yan Ji glanced at Yi Xian, who was leaving in the distance, and kept silent. At this moment, Qin Shui suddenly said, Mentor, do you really believe that the sword was made by the celestial race? Yan Ji said solemnly, this sword's mysteries are endless. The Tao of time and space contained within is far beyond this universe. Not only that, even I can't see through some of it. This sword shouldn't have been made by humans. Qin Shui frowned slightly, then who could it be? Yan Ji said softly, I don't know. But it's definitely not an ordinary celestial race. But what is the other party's intention? To support the humans? As she said that, she frowned. Qin Shui suddenly asked, Mentor, could it be that Yi Xian is lying? Yan Ji said, it shouldn't be, right? That person swore on his character. Moreover, that sword is definitely not made by humans. Qin Shui said solemnly, then what should we do now? Yan Ji said, you return to the celestial race first and inform the patriarch of this matter. I'll stay here and observe. Qin Shui nodded, okay. After saying that, she turned and disappeared into the horizon. Yan Ji looked into the distance and disappeared on the spot. On the other side, Jing Ji looked at Yi Xian, they are from the celestial race. Yi Xian nodded. Jing Ji said solemnly, why not kill them? Yi Xian smiled, is there any use in killing them? Jing Ji said, that's true. Yi Xian looked around and said, unknowingly, I, Yi Xian, have become the flag-bearer of the human race. As he said that, he shook his head and smiled, it's like a dream. Do you regret it? Jingji asked with a smile. Yi Xian shook his head. As you said, we will have to fight the god race eventually, right? Jingji looked up into the depths of the starry sky. Do you know? In the past, we always wanted to leave this current universe and see the universe outside. However, when we were finally able to leave this place, we discovered that the outside world was filled with malicious intent towards us. Curious. Most of the time, human curiosity could kill humans. Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, a giant stone gate suddenly appeared above their heads. The Divine Gate. The stone door opened slowly, and a terrifying pressure swept down. Then, an old man walked out. Old Zhang. After Elder Zhang appeared, he looked at Yi Xian and said, "You can't protect humanity." Yi Xian smiled and said, "You seem to be a human too." Elder Zhang said, "I'm different from you." Yi Xian was puzzled. "What's different?" Old Zhang said, "I can become a god. After the humans are annihilated, the members of the Divine Gate will head to the God domain. There, we can accept a divine Dao civilization. A civilization that far surpasses humanity. God domain." Yi Xian frowned. At this moment, Elder Zhang suddenly said, "I originally wanted to give all humans a peaceful death, but since you're the patriarch, then don't blame us for being inhumane." As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding space suddenly trembled. In the next moment, the space around them started to crack, and then the space around them started to burn. It should be said that the entire universe started to burn. Seeing this, Yi Xian said solemnly, "There should be an array formation enveloping our current universe. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to destroy this universe at will." Jingji nodded. "It should be." Yi Xian looked at the stone door. "It's behind that stone door." Jingji was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly drew his sword. Hiss! A ray of sword light shot into the sky and slashed at Elder Zhang, who was in front of the stone door. When he saw Yi Xian charging over with his sword in hand, Elder Zhang slowly pressed his right hand down, and then an enormous palm descended from the sky. Rumble! The space above Yi Xian instantly became illusory. Yi Xian suddenly roared furiously, "Slash!" Bang! The sword light directly slashed the palm print. In an instant, the palm print was directly shattered, turning into countless streams of light that shot out. At the same time, Yi Xian, who was holding the sword, had already rushed in front of Mr. Zhang. He slashed his sword down. Elder Zhang was just about to attack when his expression changed drastically because a mysterious force had enveloped him. Sword domain. That was the sword domain from before. At the instant that Yi Xian's sword descended, an expanse of light instantly enveloped him and Elder Zhang. Just now, everything had been destroyed. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then a soul suddenly flew out from within the expanse of light. It was Elder Zhang. In that instant just now, his body had been blasted into pieces. Even though his soul had escaped, it was almost translucent as well. A single sword strike had almost obliterated him. Elder Zhang looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. At this moment, the sword in Yi Xian's hand suddenly flew out. Elder Zhang didn't even have time to react before the soul-subduing sword pierced through his forehead. Bang! Elder Zhang's soul was directly absorbed. After absorbing Elder Zhang's soul, the azure profound sword trembled slightly. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the azure profound sword returned to his hand. At this moment, his face was slightly pale. Executing the core sword domain consumed too much energy. In fact, he hadn't fully grasped the core sword domain. He'd grasped 80% of it at most. Because the core sword domain relied entirely on his own comprehension. If it wasn't for the azure profound sword, even if he executed the core sword domain, it would be difficult for him to kill Elder Zhang. Elder Zhang's strength was extraordinarily terrifying. In the dark, Yan Ji took a deep look at Yi Xian. She hadn't expected that Yi Xian would actually be able to kill Elder Zhang with a single sword strike. After all, Elder Zhang's cultivation far surpassed Yi Xian's. Yan Ji gazed at the azure profound sword in Yi Xian's hand. A large part of the reason Yi Xian was able to surmount his realm and kill Elder Zhang was because of the sword domain and the sword he'd just executed. She was even more curious about the sword. In the distance, Yi Xian suddenly walked towards the stone door. Meanwhile, a group of experts suddenly surged out from within the stone door. All of them were extraordinary experts from the divine door. Yi Xian's face fell when he witnessed this scene. There were quite a few of them. Meanwhile, Xiaofan and Jing Ji appeared by Yi Xian's side. At the same time, there was a white-haired old man. Yi Xian was stunned when he saw the white-haired old man. He'd seen this person in the past. It was the old man that played chess with Qing Er. Why is he here? Yi Xian gazed at the old man, and the old man smiled embarrassedly. Young Master Yi. Yi Xian smiled. What are you doing here, senior? The old man replied, I heard young Master Yi was calling for me, so how could I not come? Yi Xian was just about to speak when the old man continued, after parting ways with senior that day, I gained some comprehension after returning. I never expected that I'd advance a step further. Yi Xian sized up the old man. The old man really was much stronger than before. This old man is amazing. He actually improved after being beaten up by Qing Er. The white-haired old man gazed at the experts from the divine door in the distance and spoke solemnly, Young Master Yi, these people aren't simple. Yi Xian nodded, they're from the God's Folk clan, and they intend to destroy our universe and all humans. The white-haired old man frowned, do they really intend to destroy all humans? Yi Xian nodded. The white-haired old man's face fell, an even more powerful clan. Yi Xian nodded, I've never heard of the God's Folk clan before, but from the looks of it now, they're definitely stronger than humans. The white-haired old man's eyes were filled with worry. He seemed to have thought of something and looked at Yi Xian, Young Master Yi, is your sister a human? Yi Xian nodded, of course Qing Er is a human. Why do you ask, senior? The white-haired old man laughed, she's a human. If she's a human, then I won't panic. He was afraid that the woman in the plain dress was from the God's Folk clan. If that's the case, then what's the point of fighting? Just surrender. But since the woman in the plain dress is a human, then what's there to be afraid of? Hearing the white-haired old man's words, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. He looked at the experts from the divine door in the distance, Senior, I need you to help me stop these people. The white-haired old man immediately shook his head, Young friend, we can't stop them. These people's realms were higher than theirs, and they outnumbered them. It was unrealistic for the three of them to stop a few dozen people. Xiaofan suddenly said, I can. Jingji glared at Xiaofan, you can my A*S. She finally realized that because of Yi Xian, Xiaofan was almost talking without thinking. 3 people to stop a few dozen people? That was impossible. Not to mention the 3 of them, even if Yi Xian joined in, they still wouldn't be able to stop them. Yi Xian suddenly turned his head and looked down. Countless flames were constantly pouring into this universe. In at most an hour, these flames would be able to devour the entire universe. He didn't have much time. He had to enter the stone door and destroy the array. At this time, an old man from the divine door looked at Yi Xian, you want to save humanity? That's simply wishful thinking. Yi Xian looked at the old man, you are also humans. The God's Folk clan wants to destroy the entire human race. Could it be that you, the old man sneered, humans? Once we destroy you, we can go to the God realm. The God's Folk clan will help us leave our human bodies and souls. At that time, we will come into contact with the divine Tao civilization and cultivate more advanced martial arts. Yi Xian was speechless when he heard this. Right at this moment, the old man suddenly sneered and said, human, don't you like to call for help? Come on, call for help. Yi Xian frowned slightly. What do you mean I like to call for help? The old man ridiculed, didn't you save the human race by calling for help? However, I can tell you that the God's Folk clan is searching for the person behind you. If you call for help, then I'm afraid they won't be able to leave alive. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice, I won't call for help. Don't force me. The old man stared at Yi Xian, hasn't the human behind you already broken the rules? Call for help. Yi Xian turned to look at Jingji, how many times has he asked me to call for help? Jingji thought for a moment, and then he said, it seems to be the third time. You can call for help. It was them who asked you to call for help, not you. The white-haired old man and I can testify to that. Yi Xian nodded, all right. As he spoke, he took out the green profound sword and said, Qing, they asked me to call for you. I originally refused, but they kept forcing me. Why don't you attack again? For the last time. After a moment of silence, the green profound sword started to tremble. Chapter 1855. Seeing the green profound sword in his hand tremble, Yi Xian hurriedly said, Qing, hum. A sword hum suddenly resounded. Then, the green profound sword suddenly flew up. Qi. A ray of sword light directly pierced the old man's forehead. At the same time, the heads of the remaining Gate of God experts flew out. More than 30 bloody heads flew out at the same time. It was an extremely bloody scene. The old man who was pierced by the sword light was stunned. How did I die? He and the surrounding Gate of God experts were killed before they could even react. The old man's eyes were somewhat blank. Didn't the divine human race want to stop the people behind Yi Xian? Where are the divine human race? In the dark, Yan Zhi's expression instantly became solemn. Who was it? She couldn't sense it at all. Even with her strength, she couldn't sense the person who attacked. At this moment, Yan Zhi's pupils suddenly shrank because the green profound sword suddenly shot towards her. It's over. This thought arose in Yan Zhi's mind. Because when she saw the sword flying towards her, the sword had already pierced through her forehead and locked onto her soul. She didn't even have the strength to fight back. Yan Zhi was stunned. Who was it? Yi Xian glanced at Yan Zhi, who was locked by the green profound sword. He was the one who asked Qing, to be merciful. This woman was still useful to him. Yi Xian opened his palm and the green profound sword appeared in his hand. Yan Zhi was still locked. There was sword light in his body. The sword light left behind by the plain-dressed woman. Yi Xian looked at the green profound sword in his hand and smiled. Qing, the green profound sword slightly trembled as if it was responding. Yi Xian smiled and said, I won't let you wait too long. The green profound sword trembled and then calmed down. Gone. At this moment, Qing, really left. Because he could no longer sense Qing, aura. The reason he summoned Qing, was because he could sense a trace of Qing, aura through the green profound sword. In other words, Qing, was paying attention to this place. But now, that wisp of aura had disappeared. There were two possibilities. The first possibility was that Qing had left. The second possibility was that Qing had cut off all contact with him and wanted him to walk the rest of the way on his own. No matter what, he could only rely on himself in the future. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Xian took the green profound sword and entered the stone door. Beyond the stone door was another starry sky. Yi Xian saw that there were more than a dozen super arrays covering the starry sky. These great arrays were all locking down the existing universe below. How generous! Yi Xian's expression turned grave. The strength of the celestial race was much stronger than what he had expected. These formations were definitely not something an ordinary person could construct. Without thinking too much, Yi Xian drew his sword and slashed. Chi! A wisp of sword light tore through space. In an instant, the super arrays in the starry sky were destroyed bit by bit. Yi Xian looked into the distance. At the end of his vision, he vaguely saw an unknown world. God domain? Yi Xian frowned. After a moment of contemplation, he returned below. At this moment, the existing universe had gradually returned to normal. Yanji looked at Yi Xian. Was the green-robed man or the plain-dressed woman? At this moment, she was extremely shocked. She knew that the celestial race had greatly underestimated the people behind Yi Xian. Yi Xian glanced at Yanji and smiled. Let's go back and talk slowly. After saying that, he directly sent Yanji into Xiao Ta's body. Yi Xian looked at the white-haired elder and Jingji. Maybe it's just the beginning. The white-haired elder and Jingji were silent. They were not in contact with the celestial race but just a few human puppets cultivated by the celestial race. Now that those human puppets have been killed by them, the next step is to face the celestial race head-on. Without a doubt, the celestial race is stronger. Jingji suddenly looked at Yi Xian. In any case, I will follow you. The white-haired elder hurriedly said, I will follow young Master Yi. Yi Xian, their intentions were very simple, follow Yi Xian. In any case, Yi Xian will not die. As long as Yi Xian does not die, they will not die. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian said, Miss Jingji, you have to help me deal with the matters outside this universe. Jingji nodded, I will take care of the matters outside. Some looked at the white-haired elder. Senior, are there any other people around you who are as strong as you? The white-haired elder hesitated and said, there are one or two, but they are very afraid of death. If they are afraid of death, they will not stand up. Yi Xian smiled, what if there are benefits? The white-haired elder's eyes lit up, what benefits? Yi Xian said, for example, going to my tower to cultivate. The white-haired elder said in a low voice, young Master Yi, are you serious? He had heard of Yi Xian Xiao Ta's abnormal ability. If he could really cultivate in there, the benefits would be too great for him. Yi Xian nodded, yes. Senior can go in and cultivate at any time. If Senior's friends are willing to help, they can also go in and cultivate. Not only that, but I can also help Senior and the others reach a higher level. He found that the seal within the white-haired elder's body had not disappeared. The seal left behind by the celestial race. In fact, he was also slightly shocked by the white-haired elder because this old man had actually cultivated to such a level before the seal was broken. This was very terrifying. Although this old man had not surpassed the divine soul realm, his strength was definitely not weaker than Xiaofan and Jingji. The white-haired elder said in a low voice, like Miss Jingji and Missan. Yi Xian nodded. The white-haired elder sighed softly. Yi Xian was a little puzzled, Senior, why are you sighing? The white-haired elder said softly, many years ago, I felt that there might be a seal in my body because no matter how I cultivated, I could not take that last step. At that time, I was not too sure. I never thought that there would be such a seal in our human body. Saying that, he looked at Yi Xian, when I saw your sister that day, I wanted to ask, but she, saying that, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. He wanted to ask. But he did not dare. He was afraid that this question would be the last one in his life. Yi Xian smiled, Senior, let me help you break the seal first. The white-haired elder bowed respectfully, thank you. Yi Xian said, you are welcome. Saying that, he opened his palm and the profound azure sword in his hand directly sank into the white-haired elder's chest. Boom! The white-haired elder's body trembled violently. The next moment, his whole body seemed to be relieved of a heavy burden. It's broken. The white-haired elder took a deep breath. He once again bowed respectfully to Yi Xian. Little friend, Lin Shan, will never forget your kindness. Yi Xian said, Senior Lin Shan, go and contact your friends. If they are willing, that is naturally good. If not, we will not force them. Lin Shan nodded, understood. Saying that, he turned around and left. Yi Xian looked at Jing Ji. I will leave the outside to you. I want to interrogate this divine human clan woman. Jing Ji glanced at Yi Xian. Don't use force. Yi Xian's face was full of black lines. What do you mean? Am I, Yi Xian, that kind of person? Jing Ji turned around and ran away. Yi Xian was furious. This woman is really. Am I that kind of lecherous person? Without thinking much, Yi Xian returned to Xiao Ta. Yi Xian walked in front of Yan Ji. At this moment, Yan Ji was curiously looking around. Gradually, shock appeared in her eyes. Obviously, she discovered that Xiao Ta was not simple. Yi Xian was about to speak when Yan Ji suddenly said with a trembling voice, so the Tao of time and space can reach this level. Saying that, she looked at Yi Xian. Was this Xiao Ta created by the people behind you? Yi Xian looked at Yan Ji. I want to know everything about the divine human clan. Yan Ji stared at Yi Xian. What if I don't say? Yi Xian smiled. Then you can disappear from this world. Yan Ji immediately said, I will say. Yi Xian nodded. Good. Let's begin. I want to know everything about the divine human clan. You can deceive me, but you better deceive me well because I also like to deceive others. Yan Ji glanced at Yi Xian, then said, Divine human clan, origin divine realm. Yi Xian listened quietly. As he listened, his expression became solemn. This was a race whose martial arts civilization far surpassed that of humans. The two races were not on the same level at all. The divine human clan's division of realms was also very interesting. It was divided into 9 levels, which was even simpler. Yan Ji's strength was at the peak of level 6, and level 6 was considered above average in the divine human clan. Yi Xian looked at Yan Ji. You said that the divine human clan wants to exterminate humans because there are people among humans who have surpassed the rules, making you feel uneasy? Yan Ji nodded. Yi Xian asked again, is it the plain-dressed woman and the green-robed man? Yan Ji nodded again. Hearing this, Yi Xian suddenly slapped his thigh. This was an undeserved disaster. Yan Ji glanced at Yi Xian. Those two are the people behind you. Yi Xian said softly, what do you think the divine human clan will do now? Yan Ji looked at Yi Xian. You killed those humans at Gate of God. This will make the divine human clan more vigilant, and it will also make the divine human clan more determined to exterminate humans. Yan Ji looked at Yi Xian. You killed those humans at the Gate of God. This will make the God clan more vigilant, and it will also make the God clan more determined to exterminate the human race. Yan Ji looked at Yi Xian. Then what do you think I should do now? Yi Xian said with a smile, what do you think I should do now? Yi Xian frowned slightly. Surrender? Yan Ji nodded. Human, you are a smart person, so I told you these things about the divine human clan. Because you will know that for now, humans will absolutely not be able to stop the divine human clan. Because you will know that for now, the humans absolutely cannot stop the divine race. Just like me, I am restrained now, so I surrender. Living is the most important thing, isn't it? Being alive is the most important thing, isn't it? Yi Xian was speechless. He was speechless. What this woman said seemed to make sense. Yan Ji said, Young Master Yi, your best choice now is to surrender. Only by surrendering will you have a way to live. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Beg the divine human clan? I can't do it. Yan Ji sighed. Young Master Yi, I know you are still pinning your hopes on the two mysterious experts behind you. I admit that I've underestimated their strength before this. They are very strong, at least rank 7 or rank 8 experts. Let's just treat them as rank 8 experts for the time being. But do you think the two of them can fight against the Divine Human Clan? Do you know that before I came, our Divine Human Clan had already put them on the wanted list? But they are now in hiding and don't dare to show their real bodies. If they can really fight against our Divine Human Clan, why do they need to hide? Hide? Yi Xian was stunned. Did you misunderstand something? Yan Ji frowned. Misunderstanding? There is no misunderstanding. You may not know, but we are using our entire clan to find the man in green and the woman in plain dress. Yi Xian was speechless. P.S. Whenever I don't have any inspiration, I will look at the comments section. Chapter 1856. At this moment, he suddenly felt slightly relaxed. The God Clan? Searching for Dad and Qing with the entire clan? Have they gone mad? What exactly happened to make them so confident? He was slightly curious. Do Qing and Dad know that the God Clan is searching for them with the entire clan? Meanwhile, Yan Ji said, "Young Master Yi, it's not too late for you to surrender now." Yi Xian glanced at Yan Ji and said, "I'm afraid my father will break my legs." Yan Ji frowned slightly. "Your father?" Yi Xian nodded. "The azure-clothed man you spoke of." Yan Ji smiled and said, "Young Master Yi, if you surrender to my God Clan, then you'll be able to surpass your father in a few years at most under the nurturing of my God Clan. At that time, it's uncertain who will be fighting who." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, "To be honest, I'm slightly tempted by your suggestion. But, isn't it a bit exaggerated to say that it'll only be a few years at most?" Yan Ji smiled and said, "You might not know much about our divine Tao civilization. If you do, then you'll know that it really isn't difficult to surpass your father." Yi Xian nodded. "I really don't know much about the divine Tao civilization. However, I know my father very well." Defeat his father? He wanted to as well. But in 2 or 3 years, not to mention cultivating outside, he might not even be able to cultivate in the pagoda. Because even now, he still didn't know what level his father had reached. Yan Ji was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly smiled and said, "Miss Yan Ji, let's end our chat here. Don't worry, I won't kill you for now. However, I can't let you go either. Stay in my Xiao Ta for a while." With that, he turned around and left Xiao Ta. After Yi Xian left, Yan Ji frowned. A moment later, she opened her palm and wanted to mobilize her strength. However, her expression changed drastically as soon as she did, and she hurriedly gave up. That strand of sword light was still within her body. Yan Ji slowly closed her eyes. The plainly dressed woman who sealed her was at least a rank 8 expert. Only an 8th level expert could lock her down with a wisp of sword light. 8th phase expert. Yan Ji's expression became a little complicated. She hadn't expected that a human could reach the 8th phase. The threat was too great. One had to know that although the overall strength of the human race was inferior to the divine race, the number of humans far exceeded the divine race. The reproduction rate of the human race was much more terrifying than that of the god race. Moreover, the learning ability of humans was very strong. If more and more people broke through the seal left by the god race, Yan Ji slowly closed his eyes. She didn't dare to continue thinking about it. He had to get out. After leaving Xiao Ta, Yi Xian arrived at the Jiang country of Qingzhou. At this moment, Jiang country had returned to normal. This side was still fine, because there was Mo Yunqi and the other suppressing it, so this place was relatively stable. However, people were also anxious. The end of the universe. Even in the Qing province, there were all kinds of rumors everywhere, causing people to be on tenterhooks. As for other places, although there were Sword Alliance experts suppressing it everywhere, the manpower of Sword Alliance experts was limited, and they couldn't control the entire universe. The current universe was still a little chaotic. On a certain street, Yi Xian was walking slowly with a woman. The woman wore white armor and had a short saber hanging from her waist. The woman was Jiang Jiu. Jiang Jiu turned to look at Yi Xian. Is the matter about the god race true? Yi Xian nodded. Jiang Jiu said in a deep voice, I never thought that we humans were actually created by another race. It sounds really hard to accept. Yi Xian said with a smile, me too. Jiang Jiu was a little puzzled, then why did they want to exterminate humans? Yi Xian said, because they discovered that some humans have already escaped their control. Jiang Jiu sighed, do we humans have hope? Yi Xian looked at Jiang Jiu and said softly, don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you. Jiang Jiu looked at Yi Xian, what about the other humans? Yi Xian went silent. Jiang Jiu hesitated for a moment, and then she said, I know it's a little selfish of me to ask this. But I can't give up on the people of the state of Jiang, and I can't give up on the students of the academy. We can't let go of too many things. She paused for a moment, and then she said, I'm sorry. I'll have to carry everything on my shoulders. Yi Xian smiled, what you can't let go of is what I can't let go of as well. A wisp of a complicated expression flashed in Jiang Jiu's eyes, you're carrying too much. Yi Xian smiled, and then he said, little Jiu, accompany me to a place. Jiang Jiu nodded, all right. Both of them vanished on the spot, and when they appeared again, they were already at the back mountain of Canglan Academy. Yi Xian brought Jiang Jiu to the depths of the back mountain, and there was a tomb here. Elder Ji's tomb. Yi Xian stood in front of Elder Ji's tomb, and he remained silent. Jiang Jiu just silently accompanied him by his side. After a long time, Yi Xian slowly knelt down. Elder Ji. Worthy for him, Yi Xian to kneel. If it wasn't for Elder Ji risking his life to save him back then, he, Yi Xian, would already be dead. Jiang Jiu also knelt down. Yi Xian said softly, little Jiu, do you know? Sometimes I kind of hate my selfish way of thinking. Jiang Jiu asked, why? Yi Xian said, if Elder Ji was also selfish back then, me, Mo Yunqi, and Ji, and I would all be dead. And he gave up his life for us. Jiang Jiu was silent. Yi Xian pulled Jiang Jiu up slowly, and he looked at Elder Ji's tomb in front of him, and said with a smile, I used to be selfish because I only had my younger sister as a relative, but now, I have many, many relatives and friends. Elder Mu, don't worry, I will protect Canglan Academy. As long as I, Yi Xian, am here, Canglan Academy will always be here. As he spoke, he looked at Jiang Jiu again, as long as I am here, the state of Jiang is here. Jiang Jiu held on to Yi Xian's hand and said softly, I'm afraid you're carrying too much on your back. Yi Xian smiled and said, it's what I should be carrying. Jiang Jiu looked at Yi Xian, and after a long time, she cracked a smile and said, do you still remember the first time we met? Yi Xian nodded, of course. Jiang Jiu smiled and said, at that time, you said that no matter how bad the state of Jiang is, it's still our country, and we can't allow outsiders to trample on it. These words of yours attracted me. Yi Xian laughed heartily. This scene seemed to have brought him back to the past. Jiang Jiu smiled lightly and said, when facing the divine clan, I can't help you. Not only can I help you, but I might even become your burden. But if you die, don't worry, I, Jiang Jiu, won't live alone. Yi Xian turned to look at Jiang Jiu, and Jiang Jiu smiled and said, I can't face the divine clan with you, but I can die with you. Yi Xian spoke softly, we'll both live well. As he spoke, he took Jiangjiu's hand tightly. Just like that, they walked towards the distance while holding hands. The God Domain. Some experts of the Divine Clan were gathered within the God Pagoda. The patriarch of the Divine Clan, Mo Yen, who sat at the seat of the host, glanced at them and said, "The divine entrance has been destroyed." As he spoke, his gaze descended onto Yi Yen. "Aren't you going to explain?" All the gods gazed at Yi Yen. Yi Yan's expression was quite unsightly. She hadn't expected that the humans would actually be able to destroy the divine entrance. After all, while there were very few experts in the divine entrance, there were over a dozen extraordinary formations there, and all of them covered the entire human world. It really couldn't be any easier to annihilate the humans while they were there. However, she hadn't imagined that it wasn't just the divine entrance that had been destroyed, even those formations had been destroyed. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder of the Divine Clan, Yen Zhu, spoke abruptly, "Looks like this human is about to escape our control." Hearing this, the faces of the gods in the hall darkened. Mo Yen spoke abruptly, "These humans must be destroyed as soon as possible. If they're allowed to rise, then wouldn't our divine clan become the laughingstock of the world?" As he spoke, he gazed at Yi Yen. "Yi Yen, I'll send someone else if you don't have the strength to do so." Yi Yen spoke solemnly, "There's no need. I'll head there myself this time." Mo Yen nodded, "You can deploy some divine generals. Will 6 be enough?" Yi Yen spoke indifferently, "3 will be enough." Mo Yen nodded, "Deploy 3 divine generals. I don't want any mishaps to occur this time." Yi Yen nodded slightly and was about to leave. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder, Yen Zhu, spoke abruptly, "We don't seem to have figured out why the divine entrance was destroyed." Yi Yen frowned when she heard this. Why had the divine entrance been destroyed? She hadn't even tried to figure it out. Meanwhile, Yen Zhu spoke solemnly, "Yi Yen, investigate this matter once you head down there. Because it's quite strange, so take 6 divine generals with you just in case." Yi Yen thought for a moment and nodded, "All right." Yen Zhu continued, "Remember not to be careless. Although these humans were created by the divine race, they already have their own martial arts civilization. Moreover, there are some humans that have jumped out of the rules that we have set. This means that there might be some special powerhouses among them. In short, don't underestimate them or be careless. Return immediately if you're no match for them." Yi Yen nodded, "Understood." She turned around and left once she finished speaking. Mo Yen suddenly asked after Yi Yen left, "Is there any news from Yuchen?" An elder shook his head, "No." Mo Yen frowned, "He still hasn't found the woman in a plain dress and the green-clothed man?" That elder spoke solemnly, "No." Elder Yuchen inferred that they might have fled the God Domain. Now, he's leading his men to the infinite world outside the God Domain to search for them. The infinite world. Mo Yen frowned when he heard this. The infinite world wasn't under the God clan's jurisdiction. Mo Yen spoke solemnly, "Have they fled to that place?" The elder spoke solemnly, "It's very likely. Because we would have found them a long time ago if they were still in the God Domain. However, we've searched the entire God Domain and haven't found any traces of them. So, there's only one explanation, and it's that they've headed to the infinite world." Mo Yen pondered deeply for a moment before he said, "Continue searching. Send more men. Besides that, send a bounty to the infinite world. Anyone who provides information about them will be rewarded with 2 spirit crystal mines." The elder nodded slightly, "Understood." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. It didn't take long for a bounty to arrive at the infinite world. Chapter 1857. Yi Yen arrived at the Divine Gate. At this moment, there was no one at the Gate of God. As for the great arrays inside the gate of God, they had all been destroyed. Yi Yan looked around. The next moment, she disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already in the human world. When she sensed the auras of countless humans, she frowned. She did not like humans very much. After a while, Yi Yan suddenly said, "Ask the people from the theological seminary to rebuild the formation. I'll go investigate." Behind Yi Yan, a divine general left quietly. Yi Yan disappeared from where she was. When she reappeared, she was already in an ancient city. At the moment, the ancient city was in chaos. Cries of distress could be heard everywhere. Yi Yan glanced at the entire city, a mocking smile on his lips. "You're indeed a lowly race. Even at a time like this." They were actually killing each other. Seriously. Suddenly, a sword howl resounded from within the city. A moment later, a voice resounded from within the city, and then another voice resounded from every corner of the city. "My Sword Alliance is taking control of this city. From this moment onward, all who dare to cause trouble will be killed without mercy." Sword Alliance. Yi Yan frowned. In next to no time, shrill cries resounded in the city, but it didn't take long for the city to slowly regain its calm. Seeing this, Yi Yan's face darkened. Someone was maintaining order. Sword Alliance. Without a second thought, she disappeared on the spot. All Heaven City. Yi Yan went straight to the Sword Alliance's sword hall. There was only one person in the hall. It was the sword maniac. The sword addict looked at Yi Yan calmly. Yi Yan sized him up and said, "Where's the sword master of your Sword Alliance?" Sword maniac asked, "You are?" Yi Yan pressed down with his right hand. Sword addict's pupils shrank as she drew her sword and slashed. Boom! The sword light shattered, and the sword maniac was suppressed by a mysterious force. A mocking smile appeared on Yi Yan's face. "So weak?" As she spoke, she was about to attack again. Meanwhile, a man had appeared in front of the sword crazy. When Yi Yan entered the Sword Alliance, she had already informed Yi Xian. Yi Xian sized up Yi Yan. "God!" Yi Yan sneered, "Looks like you're not that stupid." Yi Xian suddenly drew his sword. A wisp of sword light flashed past. Yi Yan narrowed his eyes and flicked his sleeves. Boom! The sword light shattered, and Yi Xian returned to his original position. But the next moment, a sword appeared in front of Yi Yan without warning. Yi Yan blocked with his arm. Boom! Yi Yan retreated out of the sword temple. Outside the hall, Yi Yan looked at her right arm. At that moment, there was a deep sword wound on her right arm. His defense had been broken. Seeing this, Yi Yan's face instantly turned ferocious. She looked at Yi Xian in the distance and said, "You lowly human, how dare you hurt me?" Yi Xian looked at Yi Yan. "You're being racist." Just as Yi Yan was about to speak, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Yi Yan. Core Sword Domain. As soon as the sword domain appeared, Yi Yan's expression changed. Chi 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 wrong. In an instant, countless sword lights engulfed her. After a moment of silence, the sword light suddenly shattered, and Yi Yan appeared in front of Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Yan no longer looked like a human. She had returned to her original form. However, her body was covered in sword marks, and blood flowed from her body. In less than a breath's time, she was covered in blood. Seeing this, Yi Xian's expression darkened. His opponent was much stronger than he had expected. The core sword domain had not been able to kill him. Yi Yan looked up at Yi Xian, or more accurately, at the sword in Yi Xian's hand. At this moment, her eyes were solemn. "Your sword," Yi Xian swung his sword again. Chi chi. A ray of sword light slashed at Yi Yan like a bolt of lightning. Yi Yan punched out. Boom. The sword light shattered, and Yi Yan retreated hundreds of feet. Yi Xian slowly walked toward Yi Yan. With every step, a ray of sword light slashed at Yi Yan. A flying sword. In the distance, Yi Yan opened her right hand. Divine Wall. In an instant, a mysterious power suddenly surged from heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, a golden divine wall appeared in front of her. Boom, the divine wall had actually blocked all of Yi Xian's sword light. At this moment, Yi Yan suddenly said, "Reverse." As soon as she spoke, the divine wall suddenly trembled violently. In the next moment, numerous flying swords suddenly flew out of the divine wall and slashed at Yi Xian in the distance. They were even faster than Yi Xian. Reflect. Yi Xian was stunned, and then he took a step forward. He did not resist and let the flying swords slash at him. Absorb them all. All the flying swords were absorbed by him in an instant. Seeing this, Yi Yan frowned. What the hell is that? In the distance, Yi Xian greedily took a deep breath. At this moment, a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. If he could absorb sword qi, why didn't he make his own sword qi for himself to absorb? In theory, it was possible. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. He had gone mad. In the distance, Yi Yan said in a low voice, "Human, the sword in your hand." Yi Xian suddenly flew into a rage. Sword, 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 all you know is to talk about swords. Don't you see me? Am I not as good as this sword? Yi Yan stared at Yi Xian. You really are not as good as this sword. Damn it. Yi Xian was furious. He directly rushed out with his sword. Swoosh. A ray of sword light pierced through the air and slashed at Yi Yan. Yi Yan's lips curled into a mocking smile. Even if the sword is not simple, the person who wields it, at this point, her expression suddenly changed. Because the speed of Yi Xian's sword suddenly increased. Yi Yan took a step back, and the divine wall appeared again. Boom! A ray of sword light slashed at the divine wall. The divine wall shook violently, and Yi Yan repeatedly retreated. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly rushed forward and appeared in front of Yi Yan again. Sword domain. He once again displayed the core sword domain. Hum. A sword's cry suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. A ray of sword light instantly drowned Yi Yan, but the next moment, the ray of sword light shattered, and Yi Yan had already retreated hundreds of feet. As soon as she stopped, Yi Xian appeared in front of her again. Yi Xian drew his sword and slashed. Life and death were decided by unsheathing the sword. The sword fell. Boom! The space in front of Yi Xian exploded, and Yi Yan retreated again. But as she retreated, she directly became illusory. She left this space-time. At this moment, Yi Xian also disappeared from this space-time. Seeing this, Yi Yan frowned. You haven't surpassed the divine soul realm. How can you leave this space-time? At this point, she seemed to think of something and suddenly looked at the sword in Yi Xian's hand. It's your sword. Yi Xian glanced at Yi Yan, but he did not attack again. Up until now, he had a general understanding of this woman's strength. It was still quite difficult for him to kill her with his current strength. Moreover, it wasn't so easy for her to kill him. Yi Yan gazed at Yi Xian. I never expected that humans could actually develop to such an extent. Yi Xian glanced at Yi Yan and smiled. Miss, since you look down on humans so much, then let's make a bet. We'll fight one-on-one in a month, and we won't stop until one of us dies. 1 month. Yi Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. You? Yi Xian nodded. Me. Yi Yan thought for a moment and said, all right. It would take at least a month to build the formation. Of course, she didn't have the ability to destroy the entire human race on her own. She had to rely on the formation. Yi Xian nodded. Then we'll meet in a month. I'll come look for you. He needed time. Moreover, if this woman caused trouble while he was cultivating, then it would be quite a headache for him. 1 month's time, in the small pagoda, was equivalent to 300 years. 300 years. If he cultivated for 300 years, wouldn't that be a waste? Yi Xian laughed. Miss, I'll see you in a month. With that, he turned around and left. Yi Yan looked at Yi Xian in the distance and sneered. I want to see how you'll kill me and save these humans in a month. With that, she turned around and disappeared into the horizon. After Yi Xian returned to the sword hall, Sword Maniac said in a low voice, that woman is very strong. Yi Xian nodded. Very strong. She probably didn't use her full strength just now. Sword Maniac looked at Yi Xian. Do you have any countermeasures? Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, can our sword alliance summon an ancestor? Sword Maniac was speechless. Yi Xian said seriously, I'm serious. If other forces can summon an ancestor, then our sword alliance should be able to as well, right? Sword Maniac said, we can't, but you're the Swordmaster's son. You should be able to call him father, right? Yi Xian shook his head. I can't. Sword Maniac frowned. Yi Xian looked around carefully and said, I even suspected that I wasn't his biological son. With that, he returned to Xiao Ta. In the sword hall, Sword Maniac hesitated for a moment and said, has the Swordmaster been cuckolded? The man in green was speechless. After Yi Xian returned to Xiao Ta, he went to find Yan Ji. When he saw Yi Xian, Yan Ji hurriedly said, young Master Yi, have you thought about surrendering? Yi Xian glanced at Yan Ji and smiled. I have that thought, but I don't think your divine Tao civilization is that great. Yan Ji frowned slightly. How could that be? If you come into contact with our divine Tao civilization, then you. Yi Xian suddenly said, you said before that you're a teacher of some seminary? Yan Ji nodded. Yes. Yi Xian said seriously, then help me improve. Let me see just how great your divine Tao civilization is. Yan Ji glanced at Yi Xian. You're trying to fool me. Yi Xian smiled. I just want to see your divine Tao civilization. Look, I'm already so powerful without coming into contact with your divine Tao civilization. If your divine Tao civilization isn't so powerful, then wouldn't I be at a disadvantage? Yan Ji fell silent. Yi Xian looked at Yan Ji. Come, let me see your divine Tao civilization. Yan Ji said solemnly, if you don't surrender after your divine Tao civilization helps you improve, then what? Yi Xian raised his right hand. I swear. I swear. If I don't surrender after the divine Tao civilization helps me improve, then I'll. Yan Ji suddenly said, swear in the name of your family. Yi Xian thought for a moment. Then, he said, my father will be hacked to death. Yan Ji hesitated for a moment. Then, he said, your oath is a little too vicious. I believe you. Yi Xian. Chapter 1858. The Divine Tao Civilization. Actually, Yi Xian was very curious about the Divine Tao Civilization. In fact, Qing Er's martial Tao far surpassed the Divine Tao Civilization, but it was not suitable for him to learn now. Qing Er's martial Tao philosophy was too advanced. Even if Qing Er was willing to explain it to him, he might not be able to understand it. The gap between him and Qing Er was still too great. Yan Zhi began to explain the divine Tao civilization to Yi Xian. The divine Tao civilization originated from the divine realm and had a history of 80 billion years. 80 billion years. When he heard this number, Yi Xian was shocked. This was too terrifying. And human history was less than 10 billion years. The reason why the celestial race created humans was for the power of faith. As long as humans cultivated, the divine humans would have the power of faith. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian suddenly asked, Miss Yan Zhi, is the divine Tao civilization the earliest civilization in this universe? Yan Zhi shook her head. No. Yi Xian frowned slightly. There was an earlier one? Yan Zhi nodded. Yes. Also, you're wrong about one thing. That is the universe. Usually, we call it the endless universe. Because as of now, the universe still has no boundaries. There are only differences in size. Yi Xian said solemnly, there are no boundaries? Yan Zhi nodded. There are no boundaries. Boundless. This universe that you humans live in, which is what you call the current universe, if placed in the entire universe, it is not even a speck of dust. Yi Xian's brows furrowed deeply. Not even a speck of dust? Yan Zhi nodded slightly. There are hundreds of trillions of galaxies that we can detect now, and among them, the smallest galaxy contains billions of worlds. And this world that you humans live in is one of these billions of worlds. To be precise, your place is not qualified to be called a universe. Yi Xian was silent, somewhat shocked. Yan Zhi continued. In this vast universe, many lifeforms are born, and these lifeforms will evolve on their own. After reaching a certain level, they will form a civilization. Of course, there would be differences in strength. From the lowest to the highest, they were a level 1 civilization, a level 2 civilization, a level 3 civilization, a level 4 civilization, a level 5 civilization, a level 6 civilization, and a level 7 civilization. Now, level 7 civilizations were the highest known civilizations. However, according to the speculations of the scholars of the God race, the highest civilization should be level 10. Yi Xian said in a low voice, level 10? Yan Zhi nodded, level 10. Although it is only a guess, we firmly believe that such a civilization definitely exists. Our God race is also constantly exploring new galaxies, new universes, and new civilizations. Yi Xian suddenly asked, what level of civilization does the God race belong to? Yan knew. Third level civilization. Yi Xian was shocked. Level 3? You only belong to a level 3 civilization? Yan Zhi frowned. Is level 3 very low? Yi Xian said, aren't there 7 levels in total? You're only level 3, isn't that low? Yan Zhi said angrily, you humans can't even be considered level 1. Yi Xian was speechless. Yan Zhi said again, do you know how terrifying a level 3 civilization is? A level 3 civilization already understands the essence of life and can create life. Not only that, but they can also understand the essence of time and space. As for you humans are still exploring time and space. As for the essence of life, you humans don't even have this concept. Yi Xian was silent. Currently, the powerhouses in this universe were indeed still studying time and space. As for the essence of life? It seemed like no one was studying this. Yan Zhi said again, do you know why you humans are trapped here? Because you haven't even fully understood the Tao of time and space. We just drew a circle and trapped you in this universe. Yi Xian nodded. Compared to you humans, we are indeed very backward. Yan Zhi glanced at Yi Xian. You humans have no chance against the God race. Yi Xian suddenly said. This chapter is not finished. Please continue. I met a woman before. I fought with her. She doesn't seem to be that powerful. Then, he described the woman's appearance. Yan Ji frowned slightly. Elder Yi Yen. Yi Xian asked, is that woman an elder of your god race? Yan Ji nodded. Yes. Yi Xian said, she doesn't seem to be suppressing me. Yan Ji pointed at the green profound sword in Yi Xian's hand. The next time you meet her, try not to use this sword. Yi Xian looked at his green profound sword. Is it because of this sword? Yan Ji said calmly, this sword can allow you to ignore the suppression of time and space. Otherwise, just the suppression of time and space alone will be enough to beat you up. Yi Xian was silent. Suppression of time and space. He thought of the great life water. If he didn't have this green profound sword, he would have been beaten up. This woman named Yi Yan's strength and Tao of time and space must be above the great life water. Yan Ji said again, your strength is not much, but your sword and the sword skills you use are very unusual. This is why you can injure a god. Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then smiled. Miss Yan Ji, come, tell me about this divine Tao civilization. I want to improve myself, and at the same time, see how amazing your divine Tao civilization is. Yan Ji thought for a moment, then said, your current realm is equivalent to a level 4, but if you use the sword in your hand, your strength is equivalent to a level 6. Yi Xian smiled. Then let's start now. Yan Ji said solemnly, then let's start with time and space. We'll start with the basics. In the following time, Yi Xian began to listen to Yan Ji's explanation. It had to be said that Yan Ji was really good. She was a teacher, and her explanation was really detailed and easy to understand. And her explanation also opened a new door for Yi Xian. Time and space. Compared to the god race, humans were indeed much weaker. The god race had only set up a restriction in this spacetime, and humans could not jump out of the circle. Spacetime restriction. In fact, he was a little worried about Qing and his father. After talking in detail with Yan Ji, he more or less understood this endless universe. What level did Qing belong to in this endless universe? If she was measured in terms of civilization, what level of civilization did she belong to? He did not know. The Gate of God. At this moment, inside the Gate of God, Yi Yan was leading a group of God race scholars to rebuild a formation. Although Yi Xian had destroyed the formation here, he did not know that as long as this place was not destroyed, even if the formation was destroyed, it could still be rebuilt. In fact, the God race could directly send people to destroy the existing universe below, but this was a bit of a waste of time. If they used a formation, they could directly target the entire universe. At this moment, an old god race suddenly walked in front of Yi Yan and bowed slightly. Elder Yi Yan, the formation will be completed in half a month at most. Half a month? Yi Yan smiled. Good. Hurry up, I don't want to give the humans below too much time. The old man nodded. Understood. With that, he retreated. Yi Yan looked up into the starry sky and said softly, I wonder if they found the woman in the plain dress and the man in green. The infinite realm. The infinite realm no longer belonged to the God realm. It was a world outside of the God realm. This world was infinitely large, and there were many messy forces in it. Even the God race was wary of these forces. The universe was so big, the God race was not invincible. In the infinite realm, there was a small city. Desolation City. This city was not big, but it had a long history. It had existed for millions of years. This chapter is not finished, please continue to the next page. And this city had a special place. It was the only safe place in the infinite realm. The entire infinite realm was chaotic. Even the God race would not let their clansmen enter this world easily. But in Desolation City, it was very safe. Because no one dared to make a move here. And the reason why no one dared to make a move here was because the city lord was said to be a powerhouse who had surpassed the 9th rank. In a shabby tea house, Wuxia of the god race sat quietly. He had been here for more than 10 days. But he still could not find the woman in the plain dress. But it was not like there was no news at all. At this time, a tree man walked in. The tree man walked in front of Wuxia and looked at him, something. Wuxia opened his palm, and a storage ring appeared in his hand. The tree man opened his palm, but Wuxia had no intention of giving it to him. The tree man looked at Wuxia. Are you messing with me? Wuxia smiled, I am afraid that you are messing with me. After a moment of silence, the tree man said, more than 10 days ago, I saw that woman heading east. Wuxia frowned, east? The tree man nodded. After a moment of silence, Wuxia put down the storage ring, stood up, and left. The tree man put away the storage ring, turned around, and left. After Wuxia left the tea house, he led everyone to the east. Roughly 4 hours later, Wuxia had already brought the 3 divine generals to a black hole. As soon as they entered the black hole, they felt an extremely terrifying force enveloping them, as if it was about to tear them apart. Wuxia furrowed his brows. He pressed his right hand forward and the terrifying force around him disappeared without a trace. Just then, a black figure appeared not far away from Wuxia and the others. Wuxia's face changed at the sight of the figure. You're Emperor Jun. A 9th rank Emperor Jun. What was he doing here? Emperor Jun looked at Wuxia in silence. Wuxia glanced at Emperor Jun and noticed that he was missing a hand. Was he injured? Emperor Jun asked, Are you from the divine humans? Wuxia quickly nodded, yes. He knew that Emperor Jun was friends with the divine humans, so he relaxed a lot. Emperor Jun nodded. I am friends with your Grand Supreme Elder. How is he? Wuxia smiled, Grand Supreme Elder is in seclusion. Emperor Jun pondered for a moment, then asked, Why are you here? Wuxia bowed at once and said, Your Excellency, we are here to find a woman in a plain dress. A woman in a plain dress. Emperor Jun's eyelid twitched and his body trembled. Wuxia added, Your Excellency, this woman has an irreconcilable feud with the divine humans. If Your Excellency sees her, please inform us and we will be eternally grateful. An irreconcilable feud. Emperor Jun was stunned, then quickly turned around and said in horror, Senior, I have nothing to do with the divine humans. I have an irreconcilable feud with them as well. Hearing this, Wuxia was stunned. Not far away, there was a woman in a plain dress. Wuxia narrowed his eyes at the sight of her. He clenched his right hand and a powerful force began to gather within him. The woman stared at Wuxia. Before the plain-dressed woman could finish her words, Wuxia suddenly disappeared from the spot. He had attacked. He did not like to waste his breath before making a move. All he knew was that Dao Yi had a principle, those who attack first gain the upper hand, those who attack later suffer the consequences. Those who like to waste their breath usually met a tragic end. Attack first and gain the upper hand. End of this chapter. Chapter 1859. Wuxia's idea was good. It was the right thing to do. But reality was cruel. Pust. A sword pierced through Wuxia's forehead the moment he made his move. The surroundings instantly fell silent. Wuxia was dumbfounded. I've been stabbed? The woman looked at Wuxia, are you looking for me? Wuxia's eyes were filled with disbelief. At that moment, he was truly terrified. Because he didn't even notice how the woman had attacked. At that moment, his mind cleared up. This woman might be a rank 9 expert. She wasn't someone he could fight. But how could a human be a rank 9 expert? Suddenly, the emperor spoke with a trembling voice, "Senior, I have nothing to do with the god tribe." Yuchen felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Senior? His Majesty was calling this woman senior? Could it be that she was an expert above the 9th level? How is that possible? The woman glanced at the emperor, and the emperor quickly bowed. He had been so arrogant with Yuchen earlier. But now, he had lost an arm. If he didn't humble himself, he wouldn't just lose an arm, he would lose his head. The woman in a plain dress was just about to speak when the space in front of her suddenly split apart. In the next moment, a man walked out from within. A man in green. The man in green smiled at the woman. "Let's go." The woman said nothing. The man in green said, "We agreed to let him walk his own path." The woman still didn't speak. The man in green smiled bitterly, "If you can't bear to part with him, you'll hurt him in the end. He's getting more and more flashy now. He's growing more and more reliant on you. That's not a good thing, don't you think?" The woman said after a moment of silence, "Let's go." The green-clothed man nodded, and then the two of them were about to leave. Meanwhile, the imperial emperor hurriedly said, "Seniors, is that person you were talking about, your junior?" The man in green was about to speak when the woman said, "He's my brother." She took out a portrait, and it was a portrait of Yi Xian. She looked at the emperor. "This is my brother. He's not very strong right now. Do you understand?" The emperor nodded. "I understand, I understand." The green-robed man was speechless. This woman is helping that little bastard cheat again. The woman in a plain dress still wanted to say something when the green-clothed man spoke abruptly. "Let's go." The plain-clothed woman glanced at the azure-clothed man. "Why are you so annoying?" The azure-robed man, the woman looked at the emperor. "He's a very kind man. Don't bully him." The emperor quickly said, "Of course not. From now on, young Master Ye's business is my business. I will live and die with young Master Yi." The woman in a plain dress nodded slightly. The green-clothed man by her side suddenly said, "There's no need for that. There's nothing bad about that little fellow suffering a little." The emperor quickly said, "I understand. I understand senior's meaning. I will appear at the most crucial moment. This will allow young Master Yi to suffer a little, yet not be in any danger." The green-robed man was dumbfounded. "Holy shit! Is that what I mean?" He still wanted to say something, but the woman suddenly said, "Let's go. This place is boring. Let's find some people to kill." As soon as she finished speaking, she transformed into a streak of sword light and vanished into the distance. Find some people to kill? The green-robed man frowned but didn't think much of it. He also disappeared into the distance. After the two left, the emperor heaved a sigh of relief. As if remembering something, he looked at Yuchen. "This chapter is not finished. Please continue." Before he could speak, he waved his right hand. Boom! Yuchen and the other two were wiped out. The emperor looked around and murmured, "This is the first time I've realized how dangerous this world can be." Inside Xiao Ta's room. Under Yan Ji's guidance, Yi Xian's cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. Now, according to the divine human tribe's realm, he had already reached the 5th stage. A Phase 5 expert. Even among the divine human race, he was considered slightly above average. With the addition of the Azure Profound Sword and his sword skills, his true combat power was equivalent to that of a Phase 7. But that wasn't enough for Yi Xian. When Yi Xian reached Phase 5, Yan Ji didn't want to teach him anymore. Somewhere on a boulder, Yan Ji looked at Yi Xian. "You will never surrender to the divine humans." Yi Xian smiled. "Yes. Yan Ji was silent. Yi Xian said, "Miss Yan Ji, let's not talk about these unhappy things. Let's continue." Yan Ji glanced at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. Yi Xian smiled. "Miss Yan Ji, are you unwilling?" Yan Ji asked, "Do I have any other choice?" Yi Xian shook his head. "No." Yan Ji sighed. She was so unlucky. She had been captured by a human. That was so embarrassing. Yi Xian smiled. "Miss Yan Ji, you are a smart person. I don't want to treat you badly. So, do you understand what I mean?" Yan Ji nodded. Resist? It wasn't that she hadn't thought about it. However, with that wisp of sword light in her body, she couldn't resist at all. The reason why she agreed to Yi Xian previously was because she wanted to stabilize Yi Xian, and then think of a way to remove that wisp of sword light in her body. However, during this period of time, she discovered that she couldn't remove that wisp of sword light at all. At this moment, she was already somewhat worried. Although her strength wasn't particularly strong in the divine humans, she understood these realms very well. Now, she was somewhat suspicious. She suspected that the woman in the plain dress might not be as simple as a rank 9 expert. Could it be the legendary rank 10? She didn't dare to think too much. At this time, Yi Xian said again, "Miss Yan Ji, let's begin." Yan Ji nodded. "All right." As she said, she continued to teach Yi Xian cultivation. She had no choice. Unless she wanted to die. She knew that as long as she didn't cooperate, this human in front of her would definitely kill her. She wasn't particularly afraid of death. What she was most afraid of was this human in front of her sullying her. During this period of time, she had more or less understood the personality of this human in front of her. This was a very lecherous human. If she didn't cooperate, this human might very well humiliate her. This was what she absolutely couldn't tolerate. People could die, but she absolutely couldn't be humiliated by this guy. Regarding Yan Ji being so cooperative, Yi Xian was actually also somewhat surprised. He didn't expect that this woman was actually so tactful and so cooperative with him. Of course, this was a good thing. Under Yan Ji's guidance, Yi Xian started to charge for rank 6. And Yi Xian also let Lanxiu, Xiaofan, and the rest in the tower learn together. Under Yan Ji's guidance, everyone's improvement was very obvious. Among them, Xiaofan, Jingji, and that white-haired old man, God Emperor, all reached rank 5 too. Once they started cultivating, this time passed very quickly. In a blink of an eye, 10 days passed. Of course, in Xiao Ta's world, a full 100 years had already passed. It looked like a lot, but to Yi Xian and the rest, it seemed to be a matter of a blink of an eye. And during this cultivation process, Yi Xian was also not anxious for quick results. Instead, he took it step by step, striving to walk each step steadily. The him in the past, when he cultivated, "This chapter is not over, please flip the page," most of them walked the wrong path. Even if they improved themselves, there would generally be a situation where their realm was unstable. Moreover, they didn't digest it properly and started to charge for the next realm again. Now, he didn't want to make such a mistake again. Sniff a little. And Yan Ji, who was teaching them, was also somewhat shocked. She didn't expect that this batch of humans in front of her was actually so talented. Especially Yi Xian. Don't look at how Yi Xian was usually flashy, but once he started cultivating, it was not an ordinary kind of seriousness and hard work. Even when he encountered some particularly painful processes, his brows didn't even blink. This perseverance and mentality shocked her. At this moment, she had to admit that there were also many outstanding existences among humans. The current her only wanted to think of a way to leave Xiao Ta, return to the divine race, and let the divine race not look down on humans. But unfortunately, no matter what she said, Yi Xian wouldn't let her go. This human wasn't too easy to fool. Beside the huge rock, Yan Ji glanced at Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged in the distance, and sighed in her heart. She only hoped that the divine race would hurry up and make a move. The sooner they made a move, the better. Moreover, it was best to directly send a rank 9 expert down, because this guy was already rank 6. And now, this guy was charging for rank 7. If not for familiarizing himself with the Tao of spacetime, he would already be rank 7. Most importantly, that sword in Yi Xian's hand. That sword was simply a freak. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. He took a deep breath, and his entire body trembled. Comfortable. Right at this moment, Yan Ji suddenly said in astonishment, rank 7? Yi Xian looked at Yan Ji and said with a smile, yes. Yan Ji's face darkened, you're really a freak. Yi Xian asked in reply, do you divine race cultivate very slowly? Yan Ji knew, there are fast ones, but there are very few who are as fast as you. Yi Xian said with a smile, actually, I can still be faster, but I don't want to be that fast. As a man, you can't be too fast. Yan Ji frowned slightly, as a man, you can't be too fast. What do you mean? Isn't the faster the better? Yi Xian blinked, you don't understand? Yan Ji shook his head, I don't understand. Can you explain it in detail? Yi Xian shook his head, I can't. Yan Ji still wanted to say something, but Yi Xian suddenly said with a smile, Miss Yan Ji, I'll get busy first. With that said, he left Xiao Ta. Yan Ji frowned, what do you mean? In a certain deathly silent star region, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. After a moment of silence, he suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Chi! With one slash, the entire deathly silent star region was directly erased. Forcefully erased. Yi Xian looked at the Qingxian sword in his hand. What he used just now was drawing sword to determine life and death, and he stacked up to 1590. 1590. The power of this slash was more than 100 times stronger than before. Especially when he used the Qingxian sword. Invincible. At this moment, he had a feeling of invincibility. Yi Xian looked at the Qingxian sword in his hand, and his expression gradually became solemn. He was very strong now. However, he still couldn't see through the Qingxian sword. How strong was Qing? He asked before, but Qing didn't answer. He felt invincible. However, invincibility should have a limit, right? Was she always invincible? He really wanted to believe that Qing would always be invincible, but the universe was really big. Even the powerful celestial race was only a level 3 civilization. Would Qing be defeated one day? End of this chapter. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.